All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Low Ink Day 2, October 2022. My name is Debbie, and I'm here joined by Corona the Frog.
Hello, I am Corona the Frog here, and we are back here, Day 2, our largest Low Ink yet. And it's going to be a doozy here. New format for Day 2. Our top 32 teams will be fighting it out in group stages here to get into alpha and beta brackets here. And our first teams are right up to bat. Pixelated versus Black Komodo. Devi, what do you know about these two teams?
Pixelated is definitely a newer name to me. I do recognize some of the players, and even some of the subs on the roster were familiar names to me. I have seen them around. It's been a bit, but I definitely have seen them around, so it is good to see them here. Playing Black Komodo is the one I'm the most familiar with Devil and Aplo in particular. They are some pretty decent friends of mine, and run into them, played them pickups, and all that stuff, and yeah, it's good to see this new squad formed by Devil coming into the scene and being up here in the top 32 bracket.
Exactly. I've been a little bit disconnected from the scene, so honestly seeing some of these teams, obviously Devil moving on from Acropora, it probably was a few months ago, but you know, making a new squad is definitely something new to me, and I'm really ready to see both of these teams, not just Black Komodo, fight on here, but we're gonna go on to our first map of our group stage, Flat Zone's Inkbot Art Academy.
I'm back to an S2 classic here, but with honestly, several different comps that have a possibility here. Yeah. Right, here we go. Good old E-Leader and Machine making an appearance for Black Komodo, while Pixelated is going for a more shorter to mid-range comp, but they also have a machine of their own on their side, so they will definitely have some good fights down below.
Junkie there with the brush there, kind of an awesome kind of pick there, but a very mid-range kind of group here on Pixelated, while Black Komodo there is unfortunately going to be having that backline. Already one going down as Pixelated takes that zone pretty easily there.
Yeah, what a fight with the machine going down early, and then there was a trade-off down below. However, Pixelated able to get the upper hand. We see two sharking underneath the lower ledge. We see some bombs and members of Black Komodo coming around from the other side. Devil coming in from the back and getting a pick, however, is taken down by Junkie as the brush is trying to look control to throw some paint out over top mid, while I believe a crab was happening in the corner. But a neutral zone right now as it goes back in control of Pixelated.
Yeah, there was a good moment where there was two down for Pixelated, but they just held on there. The Booyah Bomb comes out as snipe there, I believe, on the Dapple Dually, or the Dualies, I should say. The Dually Squelchers there, and the lead goes, or the point goes back to Black Komodo there. But Junkie with the brush, trying to make something with that special there, but nothing really coming out. But the drop roller getting Devil, unfortunately, going down in the mix.
Nice little zip caster there to be able to put some extra pressure on the back to help the rest of Pixelated come in to potentially contest the zone. But Black Komodo not giving up easily. Crab coming out, just staying and kind of taking a couple wave breaker shots here. But Devil going in for this pick is able to successfully get it. However, the zone does fall over to Pixelated, and Devil kind of stuck on the zone here. As there's a 2v1 going down, Devil unable to get a trade with at least one of them, but Pixelated back in control and going in to keep members of Black Komodo back on their plat. Look at the, is this the, who is up here right now? The Splash was up making a presence on flat.
Yeah, but Booyah Bomb coming out, trying to stop the zone, and the buck going down there. It's going to be a contestant 2v2 situation. Milk trying to keep it alive there on the Dapple Dually. He's getting the kill. Very well done. Pixelated keeps the time ticking, and they got no penalty on the play. And they have the special output to just keep it going. Two down inside of Black Komodo. They need to find something fast.
Black Komodo here with three of them being down and Splat Squid being the only one alive. Splat Squid just needs to stay alive. Does have the crab ready. Uses it really early here. Is able to get a pick though. And hopefully the members of Black Komodo can use this to an advantage as they have to go for zone now. However, the bucket gets picked off and it goes kind of 2 for 2. But there's not enough pressure being applied to the zone by other members of Black Komodo, because just from not being nearby, and the zone goes to Pixelated and the game.
Yeah, just a great effort there on the side of Pixelated. Honestly, both sides really had a good effort, but at the end of the day, just that very aggro comp coming out of the side of Pixelated actually just worked. I mean, there's nothing more to say about it. It just worked.
It did in the end there. They took fights together and took some pressure. And I mean, Black Komodo as well. They took some off-angle flank-ins and kind of tried to make a collapse play work. But unfortunately, as the collapse was coming down, another member of theirs would end up losing their fight. So the collapse didn't work as well in their favor, and Pixelated was able to just keep on going in. And that's something by having a comp with similar range with the two short, the two mid, are able to follow up a lot easier and they're going to be closer together. So you have to really be careful when you're playing that pinch play, and know that you've got the cover fire coming from another angle when you want to make this pinch play.
Yeah, and also that with you talking about that range and how they were all similar there on Pixelated. On the side of Black Komodo, obviously we saw that longer range Elir, the longest in the game, trying to make a move there, but Inkbot sometimes is unforgiving there, and it's really hard to come back in there. But we've got tower control Surgeon Shipyard, which might make it a little bit easier on that Elir if it were to come.
Yeah, if the E-Leader does stay, these maps are pretty good for it. Although opting to go for the normal Splat Charger, they want to bring the Ink back to the scene. Glooga is making an appearance on Pixelated. We don't see too many Gloogas too often, but with Wall and Booyah Bomb, they can sure add a lot of pressure. Just going to follow up with that machine, so opting for a double Booyah Bomb comp, just to secure those towers in certain places, displace corners, especially past that first checkpoint. Those Booyah Bombs are going to come in handy.
Yeah, but opting for more range there on the side of Black Komodo there. And honestly speaking, I think it's for pre-game at least. I think it's for a better play. But we're just going to really have to see there. Obviously, we actually got missiles on the side of Black Komodo, which might put a damper there, get something going. And that blaster. But no, Pixelator, at least for this first moment, is getting in and ready to go. This Gloogas, what a play. Now having Booyah Bomb to strike him out. 3 down there on Black Komodo, and they just got to slow down and figure something out, get those specials all ready to go and play as a team more here in this retake.
I noticed that just from the last one, actually pretty much the entire comp basically changed from Black Komodo, except like the Charger going to a shorter range to a different special. And we can see they're still relatively similar on the side of Pixelated, so they're going to keep that aggression. And we see just this crab doing a lot of work. Ember getting cut out from it. Devil trying to come around behind it, trying to finish off this splat, but unable to get it. What a 2v1.
What a snipe.
Apple with a nice snipe too, but Apple's the only one here able to potentially stop this tower from 3. Does get 2 snipes. 2 members of Pixelated behind this. Booyah Bomb wants to try to secure it. Apple trying to tap it going back, but this is going to be a KO right here.
Unfortunate there. I mean, I kind of was saying in my head that someone needed to touch that while the Booyah was up in the air for so long, but I don't know how many that Booyah Bomb got, but at least one there at the end that just kind of sealed that deal, though. But just overall, looking at that, the aggression, I mean, they just play more as a team. Just looking at the sorts, it was just more of a team game on the side of Pixelated. Everybody had the range about the same, and again, like I was saying about mid-battle, we saw that, Black Komodo was kind of all over the place. They just needed to play a little slower, get those specials back, and just, kind of play more as a team there. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, not on that map there. So, Black Komodo,
however,
not win that.
Yes. No. Pixelated up 2-0, and we see here now, of course, it's 2-0 in the favor of Pixelated, but it's still get to play this third game, and Black Komodo can still take a thing here, I believe, and I think they're opting to do a, or is it just a, I misread. But anywho, the 2-0 going to Pixelated with all of the aggression, and that was something that needed to be, it's best of, my bad. So Pixelated did take the set, my bad, but in that second game there, Black Komodo got a lot of information that was given to them by Pixelated, how they were preferring more of an aggro comp and all that, so it's something definitely to expect, and you could kind of see that in the comp switch on the second side. However, with the Flingza coming out, yes, it can control more ledges, but you'll find a lot of times it doesn't push in as much as it wants to, depending on the person who plays the he flings a roller, and we could see it was just getting collapsed and stuff. You made a valid point there where you could see it was very, very separated there on Black Komodo's side. So it really would have been good to see them just, take a breather. Like, hey, they're getting this first checkpoint. Let's just give a little bit of space here because it's heavily contested, and get some specials and regroup to actually push back in to successfully defend.
Yeah, just well, at the end of the day, both sides, are learning something there, and just obviously a little one-sided there, but Black Komodo still has a few more games, I believe 3 here in these group stages to get back and get that alpha bracket. It's still in contention, but moreover, let's talk about SAC actually coming back, and how people from low ink or just people above low ink that are watching. Maybe you're here banned like me from low ink, like Debbie, who are banned from low ink, and you just want a little something better, a little bit more mid-level-y. This Splatoon Advanced Circuit single event is a chance for you and your team to test the mid-level as where your team belongs. SAC follows the same banning rules as last season, meaning that if you're +2 and above, no go. Do not come. But if you're player fighting to stay in +3 or unsure if low ink is the right place for you, just like myself, obviously, just a little bit outside of low ink, this tournament is for you to test in and see where you lie and just how your skills are. So we're opening staff applications for that too. So if you're interested in TOing for SAC, it's a great TOing. SAC is the great place to start, and then you can find more by applying at the link below. So it's a great place to start, though. SAC is a great event, and I believe I've done one a long time ago, though, but I had a lot of fun, and yeah.
SAC is definitely a go-to for the mid-level. It's one of the first few that I recommend mid-level teams to go into, especially the ones who have felt that they have passed the low-level or have gotten where they want to be, and like, okay, we want to test our skills a little bit. SAC is definitely where to go. So it's definitely a preference where I recommend other mid-level teams to go check out, and definitely recommending really anybody too, because even if you're in low level, you get this experience against the more mid-level and more higher experienced teams. You can very much learn off of that. Even if it doesn't go the way you want to, you learn off it greatly, and that's how you grow as a team. It's a really good thing to check out.
That is indeed, but I believe here we are going to actually wrap up our round 1 here and take a slight little break here as we get ready for our round 2 group stages. We'll be right back with round 2 of the top 32. Welcome back to round 2 of the top 32 here in the low ink of October. Day 2. That was a mouthful, but we got there. We got 2 incredible teams here. Red Pacific and Puzzles and Dragons. Puzzles and Dragons have a lot of familiar faces to me. I'm not sure about you, Debbie, but everybody in this team is in the memory, is in the brain. But Red Pacific, I've seen them around, but it's gonna be a new experience.
I've definitely commentated Red Pacific in the past. I've run into a few of them, and I know that they're becoming a more known group in the scene as they appear in these events. And Puzzle and Dragons, yeah, no ifs, ands, or buts. There are a lot of familiar names on this one, like Air Sign, Seekant, Templar, Asa. I'm sure most of the people recognize those names right off the bat. And then with Red Pacific, we've got LX, Zesty, Gus, Nerd, Joey, Tie Attack, and Turbo.
Turbo with a star.
With a
I
star.
love it already. But somebody's got to tell Tie Attack to get the memo. With the clan attack. All jokes there aside, Mr. Ty. You're a great person.
There's always that one person.
But moving on to the very important stuff for these two teams is what maps are we playing on? At least for our first one here. Clamblitz, Eeltail Alley. It's about to get down.
Oh, Eeltail. Eeltail's an interesting one, of course, with it being really similar to Mincemeat, with just kind of a couple little extra things, but it's really similar to Mincemeat, and it's got like one narrow way, hard amount of times of potentially getting in, because the sides of getting in are very visible to whoever has the height advantage on the other side of bridge. So you really need to make sure that either they're not paying attention, you have them distracted, or you really just have awareness of where they are, and you know that if they see you, you have some kind of cover underneath, because we know in middle there are some obstacles there to help you move on in.
Yeah, but some obstacles, not a lot of cover there, and as we know, Asa is most likely, unless they did a whole flipperoonie on me, most likely going a charger or long range of some sort, and they rock it pretty well there, so gotta be worried about that. But here we go, Eeltail Alley, Clamblitz. There's that leader. Both teams having a sniper, though.
Yes, both teams having a sniper. They also have a bubble to use for, so both are going to kind of do a similar strategy on that side. The difference here being is the shot and the splash. One with the Zuka and the other one with the crab. But we already see 2 immediately going down on the side of Puzzle and Dragons. I didn't even see how it happened, but boom! Make it a 3rd!
Yeah, Red Pacific went right in there, steamrolled, and speaking of steamroll, getting those clams and pretty quickly there. They got 3 up the boot. Nerd getting that bubbler up the bat right in front of there. The Booyah Bomb, look at those specials run. Seekant and the team really need to get something done here on Puzzles and Dragons, and they do! 3 down on Red Pacific.
There's a good defense there, as they did manage to pick those 2 members off from Red Pacific. They did get it down to 62 right off the bat, and just like Clamblitz usually is, as soon as the advantage comes into play, then the next barrier's already being opened by the other team. So what was once in Red Pacific side is now going in the favor of Puzzle and Dragons. We saw Seekant Crab up top. Looks like the bubble was popped down below by Air Sign. Asa using it for cover to get those clams in safely. However, Asa and Seekant going down. Templar opting to back up with their teammate, but does go back and peek the corner and gets picked off.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that was a great move there, playing a 2-down advantage and just trying to get a pick there. Even when you have a great weapon like the slashing machine, it's not gonna work, and we're gonna see it here with a double trouble. No lead jet though, it is tied here. Just kidding. Big bubbler coming in effect. All 3 pushes have had a big bubbler move, getting some certain important clams in for their team. And getting that lead for Red Pacific.
Again, something that I pointed out earlier is that as soon as one push ends from one team, the other team already has the other basket open. And I love how both teams are doing this. So it's basically counteracting each other as a point of game of... It's gotten to a game of chess situation. Like, if you mess up this next move, it could cause checkmate. So this is quite the situation right now as it's been back and forth, but it looks like the teams have now actually reverted to that neutral state. We see a member of Puzzle and Dragons trying to go in, however, is picked off. There is a 1-for-1 there in the end, and it's still relatively neutral. This machine's got some good cover on the side. Wavebreaker going down. Puzzle and Dragons looking like they're getting the initial move here, but a back coming out, just trying to stop a couple things. Is Joey coming in from the side? It looks like the member with the clam, which was Air Sign, goes down way ahead of the other members, and Red Pacific going in to get a second one. Booyah Bomb coming out, 2 for 2 right now.
Yeah, that Booyah Bomb got really lucky there. I'm not sure how that happened, but getting the trade there, really indeed. Now they're just trying to get someone here. Asa here with the snipes, just really not finding anything, but getting that mid. Obviously, Red Pacific just really had that mid not that long ago, and just a neutral battle now. We don't see many clams going in the last minute or two.
Yeah, the teams have kept it relatively neutral, and that's something with both these comps because they are relatively similar. Nice snipe here onto Gus by Asa. Again, relatively similar comps. It looks like 3 down on Red Pacific, and Asa's got 6 clams, just needs a couple more. Puzzle and Dragon's gonna open the basket, get this other push. They should have enough here to take lead unless Red Pacific can stop this. But it looks like no one's getting the extra clam in here. There's one to just stall it. They're so close.
They're so close.
There we go, there we go. Playing it relatively patient there as they get the clam, come in, jump in, get the last few clams in, and voila, they have gotten the KO. They managed to catch out Red Pacific in the middle, and there's the checkmate.
Yeah, we were poking at it as like elite, no, and then at the last moment they're like, sure, thumbs up, I'll give you the lead there, and Asa rocking the thumbs up instead of their whole team dabbing on them haters.
Yeah, no,
that's what I took out from that scene.
They definitely had the clams there to stall it, and they took their fights well. After kind of reconsidering that, I was like, they had the clams, they haven't put it in, but I see what they were doing there in the end is that they were actually blocking the entryways to come back in, so they could effectively get more clams in and take that KO. So after looking back on that, that was Puzzle and Dragon's goal towards the end there to fully win the game.
I mean, in general, I think that was a very, at least for me, puzzling kind of a match there. It kind of went back and forth, and they're like, stop. They're like, I'll give you a mid. We could be friends. And then Puzzle and Dragon's like, okay, I'll break the barrier and just steamroll in there. But there's no barrier breakings in this next map. Splat zones, Hagglefish Market, we're coming right at you. In this next one, it's going to be a way different approach here than
it's going to be. Although something right off the bat, we saw how Red Pacific got immediate 2 down to 3. Red Pacific is not waiting for anything. They are going right in to catch people off guard. And with teams that have this initial start, right, they'll catch the teams who are like, okay, let's paint for a special and go in. It will catch them off guard, especially if they're not like really together, or if they're together, they're not prepared to fight yet. The Red Pacific did get the upper hand, but I wasn't sure if it was a bomb that got the picks or anything. But we'll see if they're going to do that same start here. Other than that, I can see both these teams using the wings very well. I know Seekit likes to go around the backside a lot. We probably see that from Joey as well in this game. So we'll see how they take these starts.
And speaking of starts, both teams only switching one of their weapons, Splash for Splatter Shot. Everything is literally the same here, so pretty similar in fact. But here we go,
actually,
neutral though.
The Charger just swapped to the E-Leader, otherwise they have pretty much the same comp.
Yeah, definitely. I was talking about on both sides here, but speaking of lead, Templar trying to keep this zone here with the Booyah Bomb. But there's going to be a Booyah Bomb of their own on Red Pacific there. Getting that cap, but I don't know, not much is happening on either side.
The shot did go down in that back right corner, probably to a bomb or just some good fall off there. Templar stood rolling around. We see 3 members of Puzzle and Dragon together in that left-hand corner. Of course, there isn't too much space to go. Airsign putting that bubble on the zone just to be able to secure it. Lots of bombs coming down. Airsign getting caught out before getting back in that bubble by, I think that was a Charger snipe just before. And Red Pacific able to get that pick. even on the secondary painter, because Seekin just got picked here as well. So Red Pacific able to come towards the zone here. What a Zuka shot! Right front and center. You don't have to back up to use Zuka, people. You can be like, alright, this is my last resort. We're going to use it. In your face, it is.
Yeah, and Joey was, you know, he was just charging for that. Joey just sitting under here, racking in the points, but at the end of the day, it's just one shot there by that E-layer, and it's all over. Red Pacific, though, keeping that zone here. They're doing a really good job. 2 specials on board to counteract these specials here on Puzzles and Dragons. I really haven't seen anything from Puzzles and Dragons to counteract.
They're really playing back right now because they're recognizing how much aggression Red Pacific has, and they're waiting for a moment to come out to the side. Templar able to come around this left wing successfully and pick one off. However, there is a member of Red Pacific causing some grief in behind, and that would be Joey coming around, picking off Air Sign and Seekit, and then coming back to zone to work with the rest of Red Pacific, leaving Asa still back here, unable to really do much, but hope for something. But that Inkzuka from Joey's popping off this game.
Yeah, but he's really showing who's boss in the big butler, making sure that crab doesn't get anything. And hey, we're going to a game 3.
We are indeed going to a game 3. What a zones game. As we can see, like Red Pacific definitely has that burst there. Puzzle and Dragon, just one member is trying to take that initiative on the other side, while the other 3 are just kind of like holding out there. And I think when Templar did initially make that play, there was a second person with them on the left, but got picked off just before. But Joey, again, being, as a lot of people like to call it, the rat in the enemy spawn, doing that very successfully on that game.
Yeah, I mean, Joey just proved that they are here to win. I mean, but just at the end of the day, just overall, I think they just played a lot better. At the end there, we saw that none of those specials really got Puzzles and Dragons back in this game here. None of them. We saw, and it was good uses from Red Pacific too. You saw that Wave Breaker, and I believe that Booyah Bomb, just to make sure nothing comes in there. And it just worked. It worked to perfection.
It really did, yeah. Just the use of the specials, because we did see Seek and Pop Crab a couple times, but there wasn't really anything being gained too much for the crab. It did push a couple enemies back, but there was really nothing else that went with the crab. And just didn't really give them the way they wanted back in forward. But now we're moving on here to Tower on Inkblot, another S2 Classic coming back in here. And this is where the bubbles are going to shine from the junior weapons here.
Indeed. It's going to shine so bright. But here we go, though. Both teams coming back to this. Honestly, I really like this map here on TC Inkblot, and hopefully these teams do too here. But look at this flank over here. Asa realizes it, their teammate does not, and it's an unfortunate feat there, as now Red Pacific gets that tower right away. As we've seen those last 2 matches, nice snipe there by Asa, but we've seen Red Pacific being an explosive start, and none other than this match too, they're getting that explosive start.
What did that start as well when you saw that Asa recognized it? Something as well as that where's the backline positioned in a map like this, especially expect one per. Oh my gosh, what a corner pick! I didn't even realize Templar was stuck there, but we saw the machine go around on the side and picking up another. Asa getting another nice pick here, and just catching the one off guard, because there was a second player by Asa is going to take that aggression that was meant for Asa. But, oh, okay, Joey, we see you.
Yeah, I think Airsign thought they got the kill there. But they did not get the kill there, and Joey's just like, I got the kill. Asa going down there, unfortunately, and Joey's just having a good time. I thought he was going to fall off the map there, but second checkpoint here. Getting 3 down on Puzzles and Dragons. Yeah, just trying to stay alive here and getting that sneaky attack. Let's see if it works here.
This is a nice shark corner, just looking for a right moment to come towards tower and potentially get more than one pick. There we go. Waited for Asa to move. Got the 1, got 2. I think there's a 3rd in the corner here, but did have a little bit of armor protecting after the Booyah Bomb. Seeking coming around from behind, looking for where this machine went. I think they managed to back out. Oh, yep, they kind of went back there. And Tower moving its way back to mid. We can see Puzzle and Dragon looking to reclaim that mid turf. But Gus coming in on this left-hand side is just going to wait for that moment until one member of Puzzle and Dragons, or maybe 2, moves out of play. And of course, they spot out Templar. before Seekin is able to come around and potentially help, but Seekin goes down too.
Yeah, and it's just Asa with a great play. I believe they got that nice snipe there on that Sachi machine on the side of Red Pacific. But Red Pacific is taking control of this match. They are the tower control experts. Joey, I don't know how he didn't get marked, I'll be real with you. But he's trying to get this down now, marked. And now they recognize him. Joey's going to have to back up there. Seekin doing great work with that crab, just moving people back.
Pushing people back and then just using the rest of it to paint, realizing like, yeah, they're out of range, they're behind a stack, I can't really get too much out of here, so we're just gonna paint the map instead. A lot of the members of Puzzle and Dragon are hugging this right-hand corner right now and not really adding a lot of pressure on the left where the tower needs to go. So Templar finally moving over to the left. Seekin trying to shift as well, however, there's gonna be a 2v1 on Templar yet again, and Seekin is following up again too late and goes down. Deja vu has just happened again to the left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, but Asa's doing great with that Emulator, getting massive amounts of snipes there and just doing their backline duties. Just gotta get a little oh, well, that's unfortunate. Joey getting a cheeky bomb kill there. And a triple. Wait, that's 3 there by Joey. Another highlight reel there.
Joey is absolutely doing a fantastic work as the Slayer for Red Pacific right now. Just going around to where the tower path needs to go. Coming around on a back angle, getting rid of some of those threats. However, I do say this, and both Joey and Gus go down, followed by Asa. However, again, there is a minute left in this game, and Puzzle and Dragons needs to secure this left-hand side of the map if they want to get somewhere. And very good pick by Alex there.
Yeah, and that's not a way to start a 2 down. I mean, just a little bit more teamwork there. Asa going down as their backline is just not what we want to see with 53 seconds left to go. Seekin gets a nice kill on the E-Leader. Good flank, but unfortunately goes down there, needing to stay alive as we don't have that much time on the clock here for Puzzles and Dragons.
Not long at all. Specials were coming out there just to potentially get something done. A Booyah Bomb. Nice snipe through the Booyah Bomb. I love those snipes. They are so satisfying to hit. Just through the Booyah Bomb where you can't see and like, okay, I think this person's here. Boom. Got him anyway. Lined that shot up very well. Good shot by Asa.
Well, we got to get on the tower here. My mind is, there you go. Airsign getting on the tower there. They needed to get on that about 5 seconds ago here, but Joey trying to get a kill. Seekin gets a very crucial kill. We've said a lot about Joey here in this match, and him going down is huge for this Puzzles and Dragons team. But they need to get those people up there in the bats area if they want to get something. Seekin goes, or I should say, Airsign goes down the tower overtime. Not getting it.
Asa not able to get on in time.
No.
Oh, just a quick delayed reaction there with Airsign going down, and I think that just came out a bit too late there. That it went down. There was no cover on the tower, but it just took. For that game, it took too long for Puzzle and Dragon to actually go and secure the side of the map they needed to push the tower. The right-hand side was more of like the passive approach to take it, hoping that maybe Asa can get a pick, maybe they can go right in, maybe Templar can go off on this side and get a pick, but Red Pacific was prepared for them. They knew they were going to take a side, and you could see twice it happened on that map. Templar would go over to the left or close to it, Gus would be nearby, followed by Joey. And they just collapsed on Templar and then collapsed on Seekin, who made the adjustment just afterwards. And was just too late on getting over there, potentially take the 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, obviously, you're already seeing your friends go down. I think it's just time to back up here and just call peace. I think that's something that we need to see more often. I think playing a little slower, as well as some of these teams just, come on, just get out of there. Just don't fight, obviously. Just call it a day. Okay, we lost that battle. Let's keep our people alive. Let's have a 3v4 instead of a 2v4, etc., etc. So, that unfortunately that didn't happen there for Puzzles and Dragons. But they still have at least one more opportunity here in our group stage to prove they are the one for Alpha Bracket. If they did indeed win that last group stage in our round 1, then they would have that chance.
Yeah, but however, we should be moving straight into this next game as it is finished, and we're going to be looking at round 3.
We're looking at Round 3, yeah.
Round 3, we're going to be
good.
getting into relatively quickly here. Yeah, we're good. Just words. We're going to be seeing Waterfront versus hashtag LAPPYSWEEP next in round 3 here.
I like the name. I love the name, hashtag LAPPYSWEEP. Nothing about him. Oh, never mind. I'm going to be a little biased because I know Twig's going to bring a brush. But besides that, we're going to not be that. But we got Waterfront here with some names I actually do recognize versus LAPPYSWEEP. Also some names I recognize. So, you know, some familiar teams here with a few new faces. At least on Waterfront, there's a few new faces for me. I'm not sure about you, Debbie, but so at the end of the great match.
Ivy is the one I recognize the most. The other ones are still relatively newer to me. But again, LAPPYSWEEP here is going to be... I can tell you it's most likely going to be the fan favorite, knowing 5'7", Lucy, Twig from Aquatic Vanguard, Ader,
Yeah.
Lots of familiar faces. Jaden, I'm sure a lot of people recognize LAPPYSWEEP, and there's going to be a lot of hype here. However, we cannot disregard Waterfront. Waterfront's the surprise right now. What is Waterfront going to bring to the table here?
I honestly speaking, we've got to watch out. Only person that I recognize is Matt Reverse there, and obviously I know him from Splatoon 2, so they could switch everything up here. But they're gonna switch it up on some great maps. That great map, Rainmaker Makomar. Rainmaker Makomar here in the first map of round 3 of a group stage. Rainmaker. I don't know what to say about Makomar really and Rainmaker. It's a whack stage.
It may be a whack, but
Map
it is
mode.
it's definitely a decent one. I know Rainmaker is probably it's like the second to one of the more bottom ones in my opinion, like just for me. But I know a lot of people still do like this. There's 2 different paths to take the Rainmaker, and lots of different ways you can play this. It has the alleyways, or breakfast as people know it as, the lurking under snipes. It could be a lot of different things here being brought. And you mentioned Twig's brush. This could be a 50-50 for Twig, actually, because Twig also being a Charger main as well, aside from a Octo Brush main. This can be a 50-50 depending on the comp that LAPPYSWEEP decides to pick. Do they want more aggro, or do they want the laser posing a threat from afar?
You know,
that can basically cover half the map.
At least on Rainmaker, I think that he's gonna play brush here, just because it's so aggressive, and obviously Suction Bomb now on the vanilla Octobrush here in this game just poses a big threat here. Obviously, if he was playing maybe on his original team of Aquatic Vanguard, you've got some great people on there that like to play more of a shorter range comp, just in general. So you might see that. But moving on, obviously Waterfront. Honestly, I think we're gonna see more midline comps here. Just very aggressive.
Potentially, I'm pretty sure one is a backline, and they are in the lobby, so it'll be interesting to see which one. I think I have an idea of which one, but I'm not 100% positive on that, so not gonna spoil anything. You guys get to wait and see. Haha! But
exactly.
I know it's probably going to be a backline there, unless if they choose to do something different, but I think you have the right call on potential more range from Waterfront.
Yeah, I mean, still, again, at the end of the day, it is Makomar on Rainmaker. You know, you most likely, you know, it's gonna be a little bit more midline, just than usual. Obviously, if you get a great map, a longer range map, just in general, maybe you're like your Hammerhead. I think Hammerhead's something where you would get like an Ely or something, but Makomar, small, good map.
Yeah, another thing to consider is both ways to take the Rainmaker, whether it's the left or the right. You really need to make sure you have members ahead of the path and just guarding the high points, because jumping over onto the snipe on the left is usually the more optimal play. But it kind of is the same way for the right, although the right has more space and spots to, you know, defend from. But they're both kind of like a choke point in the way. The left gives you more of an escape route, but you do have to make that jump over, which can be defended really well if you don't have anybody ahead. So you really want to make sure that you have your specials lined up. You do have a plan ready for this map, because if you go in not ready for this map, it can go in the snap of your fingers. It can be just done. Like 2 checkpoints can just go then and here because you can get locked out pretty easy in the side.
At the end of the day, it is still Rainmaker. Whether it's Splatoon 2 or Splatoon 3, it is still Rainmakers, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody in between. Still Rainmaker. So, obviously they made it a little bit better in this game, but still Macklemore Rainmaker.
Did they?
Go fast. Did they? I mean, there's checkpoints.
Did they?
They go a little slow.
There is.
They go a little slower.
Is, yeah.
Go a little slower. We get a little bit more eyes, you know, a little bit more.
It can still, like I said, it can still have the same effect if the team does coordinate properly and actually secure those lockout points, making it so that you can just go straight to the goal and knock it out in a matter of a quick time. But yeah, the addition of checkpoints for Rainmaker and S3 was a really good addition. So.
Hey, I mean, they had to do something. I can't dunk on Muscle Forge anymore within 20 seconds. This is a bad day. Actually, it's a good day. Nobody like that. We are almost all ready to go on a great stage of Rainmaker Macklemore here. Just got some amazing people readying up, getting their weapons, not their brushes. Most likely, probably no brushes, but that's okay.
I'm sure you'll see one at one point. I'm sure. Potentially.
We gotta see a Hydra. Come on. Hydra's just very fun.
We'll see as you got Octobrush and Hydra main on comms. Of course, that's something we always want to see
so
from other
niche.
teams that we commentate, right? But
we're so niche. You don't got
but
anybody.
I've been liking the Charger play I'm seeing so far as well from the E-leaders.
Oh, I agree.
Because they're making a comeback too. I like seeing some pretty good E-leader play myself. So
we've seen some great E-leader play already, but hey, E-leader.
We are ready
Sniper,
to roll.
there we go.
There is one sniper followed by Machine 52 making an appearance. Bamboo coming out of 5-7, and there is Twig's Octobrush that you have said before. They are also following up with a shot and a machine of their own. And we see that that Charger is running Respawn Punisher, so they really want to make sure that they're getting those picks.
Getting the pop is Waterfront. Even with that sniper in hand, they just had more momentum there. Look at this, trying to get something going here. They're just giving them the paint here on LAPPYSWEEP. It just feels like there's a lot more orange on my screen than LAPPYSWEEP's blue. Jaden, look at this. Jaden's trying to
underneath your waiting.
Yeah.
I like that play from Jaden, just waiting until there. I think did peek a little bit too earlier there. Could have just waited for the bubble to explode. But look at Waterfront, opting to take it to the right, but immediately 2 go down. Twig getting a trade in the end. That is a wipeout. On the side of Waterfront, and LAPPYSWEEP able to just take it forward here. You can see 5-7 does have it. Jaden's popping the Zuka. Lucy's ahead. Checkpoint is theirs. And I think Twig is up front causing mayhem.
I mean, of course he is,
Twig,
but he's getting that Rainmaker. He's doing objective. That's what we like to see.
Nice booyah.
5-7 now has the opportunity to go right there if they so please. Getting the squid roll in. But hey, Kato is like, not today. Matt Reverse getting a nice trade there too. Jaden's still there. Not an objective though, so that's another push there.
Oh, as soon as I saw 5-7 go down with the Rainmaker, I'm like, there is a laser there, and of course we're second right afterwards. Pop, there it is. Good job hitting that. Twig just kind of sharking on the side here, just waiting for Kato to pop up here, and there it is. Charger being the furthest one forward here. Twig able to capitalize that on that huge punish made by Twig here.
We got the best RNG. We got really good RNG on that dude, but hey, we take those sometime. Ramen though, trying to get this brush out of here because he realizes that it's gonna be a huge threat to this team here, and really neutral here on both sides. But that reverse goes down on the left side.
Watch Ivy here. Ivy is in a pretty nice back flank here, and if as soon as they go for Rainmaker, Ivy can pick it up. Ivy actually opting to take it themselves. That was an interesting play. I was expecting them to just shark on the backside here, wait for them to pick it up, and then attack. That would really have slowed down LAPPYSWEEP's push.
5-7 here with that Rainmaker. No more. Look at that E-leader, that slap charger, I should say, is going to be a menace there up top. And maybe get a snipe, unless Twad himself gets the pick. Booyah Bomb gets 2 of them though.
Nice Kuya bomb from Ramen here. There was one member left on top, but Jaden unable to get out. This is now a wipe on the side of LAPPYSWEEP. And now Matt opting to take the Rainmaker here, as they don't really have a whole lot of mid control, because at this point in time, by the time they get to mid, LAPPYSWEEP's all going to be respawned at this point in time, as we see 5-7 guarding the right side. We see Twig guarding the left. They're in the proper places, and now this Rainmaker is still stuck on Waterfront's side.
Twig getting one here, Twig getting two here. Using the power of the Octobrush to get those two here. But look at the jumps back. Pretty much free there. They have the power to try and get this lead here. This Rainmaker not in a good position, actually. Kind of stuck there on that right side, but Matt Reverse gets it out of there, and now it's all defense here for the LAPPYSWEEP.
You see the ink pack coming out, however, Jaden just jumping right through, but Matt sneaking directly by. I think they just kind of got stuck in a fight there. However, Rainmaker was stopped on the side, so it didn't go into any dangerous things. It was about to. Just that initial grab from Matt is actually not a bad choice to go in and try to get something done, as Jaden was being held up by a fellow teammate.
Yeah, Twig getting another one there on the play, using the squid rolls to his advantage. Something that honestly we've not seen really today is the squid rolls here, but good to see the Splatoon 3 mechanic coming in clutch. More on the game though. 45 seconds left on the clock here. I don't think 5-7 has enough time to stall this if they wanted to, but at the end of the day, more points on the day is good. But Kato on the snipe on the play. That's what we like to see.
Very nice read. I hear a zip cast, of course. Yep, there's Twig going in to try to back up the sniper, knowing it is a threat. But yes, Kato with a very nice read with the Rainmaker going up. Of course, you can see that on the map, but it is still the timing that matters of when they're going to peek the top. Kato able to read that, and of course, there's only 15 seconds left in this game. Twig is going to be put some pressure on the backside here, but the Rainmaker is in Waterfront's hands right now, and Twig's just going all in to go down for Waterfront, and the Rainmaker is in a not so great position here.
And that
a wipeout happens
is a
right at the
wipeout.
end.
That was definitely a fun match there. Honestly, these teams are really close there, and while LAPPYSWEEP did take this W in the end, shout out to our Waterfront team here. I don't think we're giving you enough love. Besides those snipes. Those snipes are very crazy here. But again, this is best of 3 group stage for everybody coming in. We are on round 3 of our top 32 group stage here, and this is going to be game 2.
Game 2. Currently, LAPPYSWEEP up 1-0 over Waterfront. And we will be moving into game 2, just like you said here. Something that Waterfront is doing, though, that we might not have known. And I know I pointed out a couple of them, but they had a very good start. They had an initial good start there. Ivy had a good idea of that one shark play that was made in the middle of the game there, just kind of lurking on the side, but again opted to take the Rainmaker instead of letting the other team potentially grab it, and then using the 52's range to pick it off as it goes. That way that keeps Ivy alive, and also can potentially get 1 to 2 picks. And that is a solo play that you don't mind to stall it out to allow your teams to come back in. But the best thing you want to remember is how you can actually more so stay alive than put yourself in an ultimate sacrifice situation, because then in the end, then you don't gain anything out of it. So I did like the idea. It's just in this case, I think Ivy could have waited for LAPPYSWEEP to pick up the Rainmaker, and then there was a solid 2 picks that were just about to happen as soon as they went forward.
Yeah, and I kind of poked my ugly finger there, but just a shout out to ProChara for that raid. Thank you very much. Again, for anybody who is new here, who just came from that, we are in our top 32 to see who gets to go to Alpha or Beta bracket here in Low Ink of October. Day 2, round 3, game 2. A lot of information there, but thank you for coming. We're going to get right into our Clambutt Scorch Gorge game 2 of round 3 of our group stage.
This one's also got a couple of ways up. A lot of times remembers that the clam goal is up kind of where the Rainmaker checkpoint 1 is, so that's usually a primary way to go, but there is always that left-hand side to go. Okay, time for us to both praise this.
I'm sorry, that was so loud.
and a Hydra in this game, but we're also seeing a appearance from a Splatana Viper.
You know, honestly speaking, I was looking at, I thought it was double X-Splasher. I'm gonna be totally real. I made that loud gasp because I thought it was double X-Splow, but hey, I want to see Viper actually. I just can't get good at Viper, but
there we go
with a kill there. Alrighty, making a good showing at that start.
Yes, enough pressure, and the Viper's long range can actually work together with these Hydra shots that coming out. The Hydra is also running Respawn Punisher, so as soon as that Hydra gets its dominant control here, it's definitely something to be aware of, but I'm pretty sure that LAPPYSWEEP has most likely recognized that. Twig getting stuck in the corner, called out after throwing bombs. Ramen taking advantage of that, and we're still got kind of a neutral game here. It's been kind of a one-for-one scenario. You can see how these teams are lined up, really symmetrical to each other. This is an absolute definition of a neutral game right now. Both have clams to work with, same amount. That Booyah Bomb coming out onto that machine, directly onto the machine, and they had nowhere to run.
That is such a good kick there, but Splatana double! That's a double for the Splatana. What a play, showing how it is done. Unfortunately, not getting someone with that stamp. But they break the barrier there, and Inkling coming out in the middle there.
Very nice play by the Splatana there, just opting to put the hammer forward, of course, because we know how hammer can be sometimes. But getting those 2 picks is pretty good. Of course, they did get some points on the board, but it's nothing to feel too comfy about because they're definitely going to want to regroup and do that again to get themselves in a position where they have a comfortable lead to hold. Twig on top looking around, but Ivy still on the side of this wall, just sharking in a corner and just waiting for something to happen, although they don't have a whole lot of vision around here, so they're probably going to be opting to use their map and waiting here for teammates to come around to give them paint, just something to help them out here.
Yeah, also Ivy getting lucky they didn't get hit by that Killer Whale 5.1. Ivy unfortunately missing there. I don't even think they realize it though.
I think they just misread the way that Lucy was going to swim, but then in the end the fight is lost and the Splatana has to jump out. Meanwhile, LAPPYSWEEP does break the basket. Booyah Bomb to cover. There was a crab going down there. And Twig coming in with another extra power clam that is 100% lead. We see the Hydra trying to take a top corner to push some people back, but they just not landing any picks. But Ivy coming in with that cover fire with another teammate and is able to get 2 down on LAPPYSWEEP. Make that 3!
It's just Twig left here. I'm not sure where he is, but he's probably back in his spawn there just doing something. No, he is not. He is sitting right there in the middle. Thanks to Ivy for that play of the day. Play of the moment, at least. And he's still in mid there, getting some good pressure, but look at how much orange there is. Unfortunately, Twig going down for that team, giving a lot more orange on the field for the moment.
Ooh, nice there. Nice spot out. As soon as that first shot hits, just like, okay, there's someone here. Let me finish it off. However, 5-7 putting some good pressure on this Hydra. Hydra does have Booyah Bomb getting ready to go. However, they haven't really had the opportunity to go take their more aggressive position just because top mid is being taken here, so that high ground is taken away from them. They could opt to play more of the side to a side that their teammates want to push, but I don't think that Waterfront knows what side they want to push on right now so that they can actually coordinate that. We'll keep it going here. Ramen getting a nice pick here. It looks like there's going to be a 2v1 onto Twig here. Twig able to get them both! Getting it third with the help of a teammate, and the Hydra's just kind of left on top here. Has to flee. That is... It wasn't technically a quad for Twig, but I'm giving it to him.
Twig using the power of Pikmin 4 on his side to get those kills, and he has the zip pad coming out, getting that reverse. Everybody just got quads.
Oh, wow. And I mean, the other thing here is that LAPPYSWEEP hasn't even made a clam yet to move in with this, so the Hydra has an opportunity to respawn. They're back on the top corner. They're playing a little bit patient here as the rain does get popped. The Explo's in a nice spot here. Should be able to get that gal. Does get the gal. The crab coming in here. Twig just trying to defend. Going down to the Splatana. Jaden throwing a couple clams in here. There's 30 seconds left to go. And LAPPYSWEEP has put this into quite the situation for Waterfront.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of paint. Obviously, the points are going down, but there's still a lot of paint on the board for Waterfront. So they do have that in their favor here. Just not a lot of paint coming out. And Jennifer Twig is coming out of nowhere. I don't know who this guy's from.
Waterfront just lost sight of where the brush can go again, because there's two sides where you can come in on, and a lot of the weapons, like the brush themselves, like to take the other side and pinch to where the objective needs to go, and we could see Twig doing that very well, and even getting that triple to quad earlier. Jaden shutting down the clam. There's a wall by the clam. Ramen's putting a crab out. This is kind of like the last hurrah. They cannot let this clam die, but members of LAPPYSWEEP are just guarding it with their lives.
Unfortunately, they do not get it done, but great effort there at the end. Both these teams really similar in skill, even though we saw a 2-0 here. Waterfront did their darndest to get that W, and unfortunately falling short. They showed a great show for all of us, and just showed, hey, they're gonna be back. I mean, if they're someone to, you know, keep eyes on us, please. Keep our eyes on us.
Wow, what a set here. And of course we had like the first, second, third. Waterfront as well, putting up some nice spot here. Again, you could see what they were trying to set up, what they were trying to do. Ivy was trying to make those paths in. You could see that was the goal. It's just I don't think the rest of the team was on the same page, which is the unfortunate part of Waterfront's ideas there. But absolutely love to see what they were trying to do with the strategy that they kind of had planned. It was just LAPPYSWEEP here, had similar comps. They knew what they were going to do in pinch play. They had the same idea, and of course, you could see the kind of panic come out from Waterfront towards the end of that game there when when Twig came in and collapsed on majority of them with I think it was with Jaden.
Yeah, I mean, overall teamwork though was incredible. Again, shout out to both of these teams. It was great watching these two teams, but we are done with our group stage. But first, let's talk about Proving Grounds, which is the all-new IPL event. This is our bi-weekly event taking place on Friday nights. So if you're free Friday night, this is for you. It'll include a format focused on top-level play. For the top of the top, the first Proving Grounds will actually take place this next Friday, October 28th, with registration opening soon. Proving Grounds is also looking for dedicated staff members as well, so if you're interested in helping out, go to IPL's website at iplabs.inc/helpus, as you can see on the screen. Now we are going to be... Go ahead, Debbie.
Sorry, for those who remember Testing Grounds, it's up the level, so that is basically what this is. And as a person who did try to play Testing Grounds as much as possible, I'm definitely excited to have this event back. And it's pretty good. But another event that you don't want to miss, because I know this is definitely another one of my favorite events. Minnow Cup is returning to S3 with more single mode fun, and what a better way to start the rotation than with Rainmaker. So swim on by to Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition on Saturday, November 5th at 5 p.m. UTC, 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Follow at Mulloway IT on Twitter and join the Discord server and grab a Minnow Cup roll for more information. I am so glad Minnow Cup's back. I love them focusing on the one mode. Other teams have to strategize around this, and it gets a lot of practice just on the one mode specific, and just keeps going around there. And it's a great event. I love the staff. I love the people who join into it. A lot of good action there.
And I can't stress it enough. This is for people of low ink level, and it's just great for practice if you want to play low ink. And just having something in general to do other than low ink, Minnow Cup is great. Obviously, it is centered around that one mode, so you could be a boss coming up at Rainmaker. Hey, I love Rainmaker, my favorite mode. Obviously, some people don't disagree. It's just an overall fun mode. I'll just say that. But I think it's time to talk about how our alpha bracket is actually going to work here. This low ink, as it has changed, thank you for the record. We got the record amount of teams signed up for this low ink. That means, as you can see, we had a top 32. Yeah, exactly. We had a top 32. Right now, it's actually going to take a little bit to get these teams from our group stage that you just saw, this top 32 group stage, and split it up. The top 16 will go to our alpha bracket, The bottom 16 will go to our beta bracket. Both will have a champion. Now, what's different from last time in our alpha and beta brackets? No double elimination. You get one chance to go all the way to the top, and if you lose, you're out. Now remember, the winner of our alpha bracket is our Low Ink October 22 victor. The W, you're banned if you win our alpha bracket here today.
Yep, the winner of alpha bracket will be crowned your Low Ink October 2022 champions. Who's that gonna be? We don't know. You're just gonna have to stay tuned and watch all that, right? However, this is also the end of our time on stream, Corona. So
that's actually it's actually incorrect, Debbie. We're actually gonna be. It is incorrect because we're gonna be here. Oops, sorry guys. We're gonna be here for one round of our alpha bracket here. But again, like I said, it's okay. It's okay. Like I said, we're gonna take a little bit to get those brackets all rolled up. We gotta see who's the best 16 and who's the best 32. Who's the best 32 here? And that takes a little bit of time. So we're actually gonna take a break for about 5 to 10 minutes here, and we'll be right back with alpha bracket. Welcome back to day 2 of the October Low Ink. We are into our alpha bracket here. I'm Corona Bear, if you didn't remember, and I'm joined with my amazing co-commentator, Debbie.
Hello. Sure it's not Corona the Frog? I don't know.
He's not Corona the Frog, but let's be serious here. Serious about our teams who have made our alpha bracket out of that top 32 that we just saw. Cytria, we're hoping, Cytria versus Drifting Tide here. 2 incredible teams. Well, they have to be incredible because they made it into alpha bracket.
Absolutely, yeah. And to make it to this alpha bracket, there was quite the steps to take here. So these 2 teams are one of the 2 of 16 to make it up here, and I'm sure several will recognize some of the members from these 2 teams. I know Drifting Tide is the one that stands out to me the most out of these 2. How about you, Corona?
I would definitely agree. I've definitely heard of Drifting Tide. We've seen like one team where I know at least most or all of the people on the team, and then one mystery team. And I like it that way, you know. Cytria,
Yeah.
I don't think I've really seen anybody in these teams, but you know, we've had so many teams, we're bound to not know any or some of the players on these teams, and that's what's great about these tournaments, the lower kind of tournaments. We get to see people who have never shined before.
They get their time in the spotlight, get to show what they have. Like, these people are here wanting to make something happen. They've gotten this far. So this should be a good match here between Drifting Tide, a team that we've definitely seen in Low Ink in the past, and I've seen them in other tournaments as well, making their presence known in the scene as they face Cytria, which I think it's definitely the first time I've seen their name. So
I think I've heard. I don't know. Well, that's not good to hear. That was a little delayed, but hey, we're in the match.
We are in the game. Let's see how it goes here.
Bloosh? Oh no, I'm just. That's a flashing machine.
Both teams opting for machines and leaders. Yep, I see that. Looks like the junior on the one team's going for all those bombs you can ask for, and of course those are really handy when it comes to underneath the spinner in the little museum.
Oh, there it is.
There's it.
I was gonna say that scene was a little. They're still fighting.
They are still fighting.
Since they're still fighting here, I'm not sure if they know the rules here. We're gonna continue here because they are still in deep fighting on a 3-man squad here. Somehow get the zone here, but I'm gonna try and get that up.
Yeah, it's still rolling out here. Anyway, let's roll. It looks like the machine is going for a pick here. It looks like the splatter shot here called out in the corner. Gonna get 2v1, of course. Does get backed out.
I think we're gonna do a magic trick soon. Actually,
I think so.
We're gonna snap our fingers and then like Thanos and about.
Ta-da!
There we go. It's like we're gonna snap our fingers.
Yeah, with the
Citria's lucky, honestly. I'm just a little bit. I mean, obviously don't want to take an L in a 3v4 if you don't need to.
Yeah, it's like, okay, we'll roll with it. I'm sure something's gonna happen around the moment here, but we'll just commentate how this is going on here and how they're still playing here. Just going with that. So yeah, that has been fun.
Yeah, we'll wait for this person to come on back, but we are replaying that for everybody confused. I think that's the first time we've had it. At least for me, that's the first time we've seen that amazing feature actually used. Due to disconnect, we actually had our amazing streamer stop that match, and we're gonna get a redo. The team is gonna get a rematch that does not count for any score. 0-0 still on Splatzone's museum. We're gonna redo it. Just putting it out there.
So whatever you just saw, erase it from your brain. It didn't happen. We're starting fresh here. We're starting fresh. However, the difference here is that we know what is going to be brought into these games.
Indeed. I mean, yes, because they cannot switch here. We know what's happening in these games, and yeah, that you mentioned. I think one of the only things we learned about is that, you know, that junior had a lot of bombs, or sub power, I should say. So I mean, that's about all we got through. All right, though, we're gonna get right into this next match. It is what I like to call battle time. Here, Spot Zones Museum, Part 2, or 1.5, whatever you want.
What do you mean? The first one didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about.
Part 1.
Part 1, here we go. Alright, same thing kind of coming around here. Like I mentioned, the junior's going to be throwing a lot of bombs out here. Both E-leaders running Respawn Punisher. One's got more movement than the other as well when it comes to the chargers. We see the 52 getting locked down by those splat bombs being put out by the junior. We see the bubble coming out on the backside of zone. Look at all these bombs just flying on the backside of the zone. That Drifting Tide is just fully gifting Cytria.
Yeah, 5th Gen really couldn't move, but now 2 down on the Drifting Tiders. And they're going to have to back off here, but the E-leader keeping them alive here. Ollie, I should say. I get those mixed up sometimes. Alive? You got the 2-shot, and
yep, alive.
Is now down.
Yeah,
wow.
Very good movement there, using the wall to swim up and down as just to keep the shots off of them, because in order to for the member of Cytria to get that pick, they would have to drop down into that pit, but Ollie able to use the wall to their advantage. Looks like we see the junior and the E-leader playing together here on the zone, securing that. Bombs going out here from JF. Of course, we see that literally basically what their goal is at this time. Getting that extra bomb pressure, seeing if another can follow up. We see the wave breaker, the Booyah bomb, and
they didn't see him. No way.
Ollie able to get away with that with a pick, however, unable to make anything else out of it, as it does end up in a trade, and the zone is still in Cytria's favor. Might not be for long.
Yeah, Ollie got the tiniest crevices I've ever seen, and just ran with it, but we got an E-leader duel indeed. I mean, not really any snipes here, but trying to get the zone lead. No lead swing here for Cytria.
Stopped at 1, and the penalty has been applied, but yet even though the snipes haven't been coming out from the charger there, you can see that still, like, how much range they have. They can still paint that side of the zone. There's still being a threat being applied to that zone, and will want to make the other members move. Cytria actually had a lot of confidence staying in the corner that they were, because that is a common snipe point for most chargers to focus. Uh-oh.
That's
what a spot for the Booyah!
He is stuck, but I mean, he saw the last 5th Gen there and kind of went with it. As 3 did go down, almost a full wipe there, as Drifting Tide gets the zone back. Almost no penalty here, and they could be rolling on that Tide. And the points.
Yeah, looks like the shot was trying to get a Zuka out, but the Zuka does get canceled in the middle here, as the zone is very quickly ticking down here in Drifting Tide's favor, and lead is about to happen in about another 5 ticks here. And Cytria is just being pushed back. Booyah bomb coming out. Lead's going to be claimed in this time. But with the Booyah bomb hitting the top of zone, it's not going to be able to cover much for paint. And Drifting Tide can just cover that. However, now finally 2 picks happen, but it just immediately reversed. Drifting Tide just dropped the Uno reverse card, and that 2 down scenario.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought they could stop that at 1. I'm not an ink zone specialist.
It was close, but with the man advantage that was there, it was just the E-leader left who could actually go down and put any kind of paint on the zone, because Drifting Tide, even though they lost a couple members, one came back in quicker and just quickly reversed it and got more people down on Cytria, so Drifting Tide was able to just have the members around there, and the E-leader wasn't going to be able to fully cap that unless if their attention was elsewhere.
Indeed, but at the end of the day, again, all these teams here in our brackets are really close matches here, and they belong here. Drifting Tide edging it out there, getting the W, and dabbing on the other team here, Cytria. I mean, what can I say? Level 98 never felt so good. But now we are going to actually get on to our second match here very shortly. Just going to wait on Cytria here. They have a counter pick. Whatever they want here, they can play. And they're going to pick Clam Blitz Scorch Gorge on the play.
Ooh, interesting one, interesting one. Both teams realizing that they are playing both backline comps, so I think we'll see if Cytria has a plan to do more underneath ledge guard. But Drifting Tide, can really adapt to that themselves as well. So I'm curious to know what Cytria's plan is here for going towards the basket. Maybe they just have a plan for how they want to get the clams in, how they want to do the specials. A couple weapons might change that might favor this map a little more. But the biggest thing is that they don't want to get caught back too quick, because at one point in time there on Museum, Drifting Tide was just kind of in a line around middle there, and Cytria was locked on their plat in the corner. They were being more patient with it, but they just kind of waited for time to pass, and there was a lot of points being given to Drifting Tide when all of the members of Cytria were still up, and they were just both were kind of waiting for something to happen. And then by the time lead was reclaimed, that's when things started to launch from Cytria. So just a little bit long to get something happened there by the time the objective was already being lead reclaimed. So as long as Cytria doesn't give up too much space and let Drifting Tide have that much control, I can see them getting a pretty decent spot here on points lead here on Clamblet Scorch.
Yeah, this is another one of those maps where it's kind of like, I don't know, the design is kind of is just really weird. It's anybody's match here. You know, you can be aggro, you can have that. Oh god, GooTuber.
Yep, GooTuber's making an appearance here.
You can have GooTuber. You can have GooTuber.
Yep, GooTuber does have the missiles and the torpedo. It's a very good displacing weapon, in all honesty, in S3. And it has definitely been shown in other events, so it's making an appearance here. Also, we're seeing a first appearance from the Tri-Slosher today.
Exactly,
that is going to potentially be under those ledge and do the good old Jack-in-the-Box inkjet surprise.
Or just be a menace to society here. He's trying to do something and not really getting anything out of it. Seeing that GooTuber is just scary, just because it does have that sniping capabilities and the 10 missile capabilities. Can't get much better than that.
Yeah, Jason here just trying to get them off middle there. Oh, nice jump read off, not there. I know that is always a really satisfying one to hit when you have someone who wants to ledge camp you, but they're going to keep jumping at you, right? So timing that shot as they jump is a very good thing to get, and get a solid headshot satisfaction from that.
I mean, yeah, that'd be pretty important here, but let's look at this. Drifting Tide is throwing in missiles coming in now. They realize Ali's on the flank. Alive?
Yeah,
they are alive on the play. Wow.
Able to duck underneath all of that landed around, all the missiles, the Zuka shot, everything was thrown towards Ollie, but just able to quickly drop underneath under cover, and Ollie gets out alive.
Man, that guy, I don't know how he gets that sneaky. That guy should get an MVP award for being the sneakiest currently on stream, but that doesn't win games also. But Drifting Tide does. Get that basket open and some clams in.
That basket is open. We saw that they were holding a pretty good pressure up on top. It looks like Cytria able to pick off the three of them. Ooh. Able to find the junior for the wipeout. So this is where the snap of the fingers reverse play happens, and Cytria can just easily move up to the opposing basket because they are just respawning in. With them having shorter range, it gives them more time to quickly pop the basket and actually secure more of a lockout effect. But however, they're just jumping in the clam here in this scenario isn't going to help this push. With no one else able to lock out some of the shorter range weapons and the GooTuber being further behind. Very nice pick by the GooTuber. Popping out the missile is going to locate where they are, push them back a little bit, and take this primary position on top mid.
Yeah, it's a lot of green, lime green here on the field. Cytria having something happen, getting this mid here. They've got something in the bag. No clans, 0 clans. That's the objective. But they had something in the bag here as they're gonna have to back up here as 2 down. Junior popping the special, but unfortunately going down themselves.
Oh my goodness, Vamp just getting out of there barely alive from the fizzy and the poke of the machine. Just that second shot just barely missed, but getting collapsed on the Booyah bomb here. It looks like 2 end up going down for Cytria. This Inkjet's coming around, not a pinch from behind. Making the GooTuber have to turn around to look at it, but ends up going in too far, and the entire team gets wiped.
Whoa. I'm not sure how he didn't get a kill on that GooTuber, but at the end of the day, they did not get a kill on that GooTuber, and that's a wipe. Look at this play. Look how fast they're performing as a team. That is true teamwork there. And the lead
The lead, however, it's a reverse wipe!
Yikes. And that's the last thing you want to happen there, and Drifting Tide will have a great advantage here, just like Cytria.
Going back and forth, however, one thing here is that Cytria is throwing out their bombs further, and you can see that this is being a little more spaced. The bubble's coming out trying to protect, but the GooTuber's in a good place. This Booyah Bomb is going to help them push back, so that's how they're going to get the score in here. But the Inkzuka shot! What an Inkzuka shot! Able to come back in, however, it doesn't stop the lead, and we see Vamp here trying to potentially get a pick here. It does go down in a trade, as it does go 2 for 2. You see Jason here still with the clown, but opting to back up with their teammate, which is good. They did get lead. However, there is a minute left, and this is still really scary, because it's one good play from Drifting Tide, and they can secure this game for themselves.
Easily. Look at that penalty there. They just need a big clam. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. They just need a big clam and few, though.
And they do.
At the end of the day, it's really close game here, and again, Teams and Alpha, they just, they are at the right skill for each other. But let's look at here. 5th Gen and Co trying to get something out. They've got a big clam. They've got 20 seconds on the clock. They got a want to kill Ollie there, but he's still alive. Not sure how he got out of that one again. Missiles out. Here comes the offense. They are ready to rumble, but they just got to show up for the party.
Cytria here doing the opposite of what was happening last time, is putting Drifting Tide in the situation that they were in before. 1 for 1 goes down. Overtime has started. The junior went down, who is by the pity clam. I think someone's going to look for a way here, but Drifting Tide has to find a way in here. But right now, Cytria is doing such a good job at keeping this mid control.
But they don't got much time, actually, for that mid-control, because they got to score.
Look at this distraction. What a distraction. Just coming in from the backside, another person pitching from the... That is the mosquitoes that is just preventing everybody from potentially even going for a shot at getting a jump in at the basket. And wow, what a complete reverse there towards the end, but... I think I had the teams reversed towards the end there too.
You did, but that's okay.
Hey, I am sorry. That happens every time. I get them backwards at
Drifting Tide. Hey, it's okay. Drifting Tide taking the W there. They tried to get that jump in at the end, but 20 seconds is not enough for that OT. And they're up to nothing here. At the end of the day, they gotta find a counter pick to counter the team, and not just something they are good at. And obviously, this game is a little bit over than a month old, so finding these picks are pretty difficult unless you are forming as, you're working as a team very often here. And so, at the end of the day, honestly, Citria's just gonna find some that's slow. And I think we want to see a tower control here. Just in my personal opinion, Citria should probably pull out a tower control. Thank you. You're welcome. There it is. Tower control.
What a call.
Shipyard.
There it is. Yep, indeed.
But Surgeon Shipyard as a map is still pretty fast, honestly. You can finish this game pretty fast in Surgeon Shipyard. So I think this they might be really good at Surgeon Shipyard. I know that when I was on my team of Shivermy Inklings, we were really good at tower control Surgeon Shipyard. And I only think Axis and I was better than us at that time. So they could just be really strong on this map, but at the end of the day, Surgeon Shipyard is a pretty fast tower control map. So we'll have to see.
Indeed, and they did change a couple things to it. It doesn't have to veer off to the left a little bit anymore, and they also got rid of that kind of that bunker stack wall by second checkpoint. So there is less cover to take there when you're defending. So yeah, it can end up going really quick, and we have seen it. We did see Tower once here during the first set of top 32 of what happens when you have a lot of dominance underneath. You have a team coming in from 2 different angles. They're securing the tower path and can just keep the other members out behind. But as long as you stay together, you should be able to successfully defend. And if you're the team that's on offense, you want to find that loop, just the loop or just a way to move in and punish the defense. If one comes in too far, or if you find a special comes off early, use that to your advantage and be able to take that as an objective lead.
Here we go. Tower control, Surgeon Shipyard. Cytria trying to desperately stay alive. Remember, folks, we are in a single elimination. If Cytria loses here, they are out of the tournament. If they win, we keep going until we find a victor.
Drifting Tide bringing out that range blaster with the suction bomb and the wave breaker. So want to take a lot of control around bridge there and really wants to punish the other members of Cytria. But Cytria also opting to not bring a backline this time. They want to keep up with the aggression that Drifting Tide is bringing.
Indeed, and they brought that blast of the range blaster. Really good for tower control. But Ryan and Co really wanted that guy. Look at that Booyah Bomb taking them out. No more. They wanted him gone, and hey, rightfully so. Those are scary weapons in the slashing machine. It just doesn't want it, but Cytria really just needs to move up here. They're killing people left and right here, spotting them. But again, now they are getting on the tower, but I just think it was a little too slow here.
Even so, they do have pretty decent control on the side, although the bombs did come around and both machines do go down. We see Drifting Tide stuck below. We see a nice pick on the blaster here. 2 picks!
5th gen!
5th gen going off right here and making sure that this tower can move forward. So, Cytria in a nice looking spot right here.
5th gen doing amazing things. They're already at that 2nd checkpoint. And they got through it. Oh no, they didn't. They were so close.
They are very
and now
close.
There's 3 down, and that's basically a wipe there on Cytria. Drifting Tide getting that access to mid back. But still, I just want to stress, look at how much paint is still in Drifting Tide's base there. You saw all that yellow. And that
nice
blaster
bomb
is now
roll.
down again.
Splat bombs on Sturgeon are always something to watch out for because they'll be thrown and then they'll be just kind of rolling down the side. It's just like, oh wait, yeah, they can kind of roll down a little bit and just catch you off guard. Nice trade there from the side, but Drifting Tide, the junior's just gonna nicely take that checkpoint with the bubble as members of Cytria are gonna come in from this left-hand side. You can see Jason opting to drop out. But however, 5th gen again, just is all the way in the base, but Ollie able to finally capitalize on it and stay looking back in mid here to stop what Cytria is trying to start.
Ollie doing a great job. He's gonna find his opponent, Jason versus Ollie. Jason getting the trade there, but their teammate coming in to help there. They don't realize, I don't think that's slashing between 5th gen having to back up here. As Drifting Tide gets this tower back and they're rolling.
All members are up right now. We see a Booyah Bomb coming out. There are still 2 more specials on the side of Drifting Tide. One did go out. The blaster still does have that wave breaker. Booyah Bomb coming out. Just trying to displace and potentially get some other picks, but in the end it was the junior going down on the side of Drifting Tide, followed by the shot. 5th gen is just showing no mercy here. Able to get it 3 and does spot this 4th, is going for this 4th, is able to get it, but at this point in time it's just the wipeout isn't fully back there as Ollie One does respond quick enough. But what an absolute rampage by 5th gen.
Yeah, 5th gen realized this is his stage. Scorched Gorge is not their stage. TC Sturgeon is their stage, and they're doing everything in their possibility to keep their tournament chances alive here. Because hey, all 16 of these teams want to be Alpha Bracket champions, but only one can do it. That's 2!
Oh!
Coming in clutch.
What a very nice stop there. Very much coming in clutch. It looks like there was a pick going off on the right-hand side. Zuka coming off here by Ollie, and I think this is just to maybe distance at what could be potentially coming in mid, allowing the other members of Drifting Tide to come back. However, missiles are just kind of scattering everywhere from how they have come in. JF popping the bubble on the tower here. One is down on the side of Cytria, and Drifting Tide looking to make this solid push to potentially get lead in the last minute of play here. But 2 of them do go down. Make that 3. That is a delayed wipe. Delayed wipe.
Just at the end of the day, you can see Cytria had so much more room, and it's just a really good early kill. I believe it was on that splatter shot. I might be very much wrong, but on an aggressive weapon, and it just collapsed there. Great uses of that roller, and this is just a really good comp, and it just makes them very aggressive and hard to beat.
Oh, that bomb again, rolling down the ramp just to get the upper hand on that blaster. Drifting Tide on the tower. Nice use of the bubble here to just block that Zuka shot. Overtime is going to be starting here as Drifting Tide does have the tower. We see the Flings out lurking in the left corner, but they do have to drop out. Looks like the Junior's on the tower, followed by the Booyah Bomb, and Cytria is able to keep it.
They keep it alive here. That is for sure. I mean, I'll put it out there. Scorched Words Clan Blitz was not the correct, or at least for them that we saw there, was not that good of a counter pick. But this Surgeon Shipyard, TC, if they go and move on, we're gonna see TC Surgeon Shipyard as a counter pick way more often because they played it really well. They're 5th gen leading the pack. They're playing the role so well. Just a show-off performance.
The thing with Scorched Clams is you could see what they wanted to do. It's just Drifting Tide threw out a more aggro comp at them, which I don't think they were expecting right off the bat. So now coming into this game to allow to keep them in it, they picked Surgeon Shipyard Tower, and they're like, okay, let's match the aggression. And you can see that it worked out for them quite well, actually. And we're able to keep Drifting Tide kind of stuck in a spot where they couldn't come in. And of course, fifth gen doing some great pinch plays, flanks on the sides, just really setting up Cytria.
Ow, okay. Tower control. A Mako Mart. I remember when, obviously, in the Splatoon 2 era, that, you know, my team really hated Rainmaker, but Drifting Tide's kind of like play, a whole style. It's just aggressiveness and just being fast. And I feel obviously Rainmaker, just in my head, you know, give it a go in our 4th round. But hey, at the end of the day, Drifting Tide only needs to win one more game, while, you know, Cytria needs to win 2.
Yeah, Cytria does have a lot to come back for here, but of course we've seen teams reverse sweep before, and they know they're kind of playing an aggro v aggro game. But it's going to be interesting if they're going to throw another twist, if they're going to opt to bring a backline back for both of these, or if both these teams are going to keep the aggro, keep the blaster pick maybe, because blasters are pretty strong underneath ledges on TC Mako. But we're not too sure. This is where the mind games really come in from this counter pick. What are they actually going to throw in? Are they going to keep all aggro here? Are they going to potentially keep a ranged weapon? Because this weapon does have some good spots for the range to come back. Or are they just going to utilize those sides and play how they were last time, but potentially take the extra fights, make sure they're watching those flanks, especially for 5th gen. They should know what's happening at this point. It is something they'll definitely need to keep painted up and watch for.
Again, remember to spam this pen for 5th gen. I'm not biased, guys. I'm not biased. Only the 5th. Sorry. Let's get right into Drifting Tide versus Cytria. The whole squad.
See that blaster is staying on the side of Drifting Tide, and I can definitely see why for this map. So the all aggro, both comps pretty much staying the same, and we'll see if they are prepared for the flanks from either side this time, with Mako giving a little bit more cover, but also more of a choke point on these side flanks.
Yeah, here we go. 5th gen getting right into Amethyst stack. Getting missiles. I love this game. Missiles there, and it's all over the place here. They're trying to get this tower. They're not getting this tower here on Cytria, but unfortunately, a member going down right in the middle there is just not going to help them there. And 5th gen's just trying to shark here to stay alive.
5th gen just looking for their next person to prey upon, and they do get Ollie in the corner here, and 2 are down on the side of Drifting Tide. Cytria does have a bit of advantage there, but it looks like Jason did get picked off by a bomb, I think, right in front of tower. So there hasn't been any prime opportunity to push, but both teams are having quite the fight of their lives right now in middle in this neutral state.
Indeed, I mean, it is a great fight. It's been over a minute here, and yeah, we've not seen much happen. 86 on this tower. These teams are supposed to be aggressive, but we've just not really seen that happen today. Or at least in this match.
The biggest thing is that with both these teams playing aggro comp, they're both playing at each other's pace, so that's why it's becoming neutral. It's balancing each other out. So it's just who's going to actually get the pick rather than the trade for everyone else to move in. Because as you can see, there's trades going down left and right, but right now it is Drifting Tide that does technically have the upper hand, but Ryan here is in a good spot just to be able to flick ink around, just keep turf painted, and just keep other members of Drifting Tide back at this point, just to help Cytria out to potentially regain control.
That is indeed a bomb there, almost going down as Ryan there on that roller. Trying to get something done here on this plat, almost getting knocked off. I don't know how this guy was alive for a minute here. Again, very neutral game here. Nothing is really happening. Besides that trade.
It's been trades again as finally Cytria has gotten to the first checkpoint, but it didn't last for long as the machine did go down here. Bubble has been popped in front of the tower, and it looks like we're just could not find any cover as more paint coming down from Drifting Tide. But yeah, still very neutral game, back and forth. Both teams are trying to do similar things. They're countering each other's specials. Very balanced out, so you can see it's taking a bit for any like potential good lead to come out here until about now. Cytria able to pick off 3, and the machine is the only one left alive on the left-hand side here. And this is actually pretty huge for Cytria after with how neutral this entire game has been. Now they have a chance to potentially lock out the side and get more points.
Yeah, here we go. Getting something not only 60 points here, now all the way up to 50 as Drifting Tide needs to slow down, get those specials out as we see JF here. Getting 2 on the play, having that big bubble roll, and there you go. 47 for Cytria. They've got a minute and 30 left to go to keep that lead. Or extend it.
A lot of time has gone by in this game, and Drifting Tide, they know how this push happened the first time. I'm sure they can definitely learn from it. Wavebreaker going out on the tower here. Bombs are just continuously being thrown from the side. Wavebreaker hoping to maybe find somebody to go around the blaster, just keeping some space. And see the junior coming around from the side. Missiles coming out, backing up the members of Drifting Tide, just making it really hard for them to come in or even get the picks that they need to get a push of their own started.
Yeah, look at this breakfast all unfortunately going down. That is 3 down on the side of Drifting Tide. This is another moment for Cytria to move on up, get their specials going, and really coordinate with each other and get those points for this tower.
Drifting Tide kind of struggling this game here after that initial 3 down that Cytria had gotten on them. So with them still adding so much pressure underneath the sides here, Drifting Tide's just going in kind of a 2-down stagger for this last minute of play.
I think it's really that Drifting Tide thought they were the bosses, or they thought they played really well on a tower control map, but here Cytria is showing that they just are the tower control people. They are the ones here. 2 down on the side of Drifting Tide with 7 seconds remaining. Trying to get something done. This roller almost going down the side of Cytria there. And now it's just think for desperation. Cytria, again, keeping it alive here. 2-2. Hitting our alpha bracket, round 1.
This is round 1, and we're at a 2-2. We're going to game 5 to see who actually makes it to round 2 and who is eliminated for the day.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Cytria at 0-2, obviously they had that counter pick, but now they have to fight against Drifting Tide's counter picks, which at the end of the day should help Drifting Tide win. But again, we saw there Drifting Tide losing their first counter pick, having their second one here to maybe win this game. And this is where Drifting Tide wants to pull out their all-star map mode. It is game 5. They want to pick the map mode that they are the strongest on and show what they are made of to take it. They don't want to make any slip-ups here, because right now I know it doesn't feel too great to lose on your counter pick, but you still have this one game to prove yourselves, and it comes down to the wire.
you definitely want to pick with what you know the most, what you find you can deal with the most. In all honesty, they did pretty good on Clam Blitz earlier, but they're going to Rainmaker. They want to keep that aggression and on Undertow.
Yuck. I'm just kidding. Actually, I like this map a lot. I'm not sure about other people, but I don't know. At the end of the day, after you get through that first checkpoint, I think it's a little iffy. But getting into the first checkpoint, I like it.
It is an interesting one. Yeah, it's got two different ways to go. One that can be fully guarded. Like, the thing with these two checkpoints is that they're like very much on opposite sides of the map. So if you focus on one side too far and don't have enough on the other, some teams can just do a quick call out like, hey, there's nobody here, let's go take this. And that is like a quick checkpoint to potentially more points. And that can actually lead to a lot in a game, especially on this map, because the range can really cover these checkpoints well. But we'll see, again, if range might come back here, or if they're going to stick with these all aggro comps. And I think with Undertow, I can see Drifting Tide really want to find a better map for this blaster user. And this range blaster might actually have a better time on Undertow.
Yeah, I mean, like I said in the last one, my brain just felt like they should probably go to Rainmaker first because of the chances of just luck and just speed from Cytria coming out. They have something to fall back on, but Rainmaker, is a fast mode, so Drifting Tide as a team being a very fast and aggressive team, should strive on this map and just have a little bit of an advantage. But again, this is their last-ditch effort, and some, Rainmaker last-ditch efforts, I think it's a little bit scary.
Yeah, just a bit, but we will definitely see how this goes as we go into Game 5, Cytria versus Drifting Tide. Who's moving on? We're going to find out.
Jason pulling out a great weapon.
Look at Cytria's comp right now. They're going for all of the aggression. Double shot, Octo Brush, and a Gal. That is a lot of aggression being put on here, and they are going to use those Trizukas to reclaim mid and just make an absolute path out of them.
Exactly, but we can't go without looking at Drifting Tides. Obviously, we've seen another Tri-Slasher here, 2 buckets, including that one and 2 shooters here, and look at that, Brush just got one big one there. Look at all that paint for Cytria. They are really putting on the pressure, but that Tri-Slasher's smoke, I forget what it's called, really just putting a damper in that, and look at, they're going left here. Jason trying to get something done here. Yeah.
What a good move by Jason there, just allowing 5th Gen to go ahead to get that pick and then just going straight forward to checkpoint once they succeeded in the pick. Very nice move around by those 2 teammates there, and they ended up getting first checkpoint.
They get first checkpoint indeed there, but nothing else. But again, everybody is now alive. 2 specials on the play for Drifting Tide. They gotta get some going here as the Rainmaker does in fact reset here. And honestly, I think the paint and bombs are in favor of Cytria to get this top here.
They really are, but 3 specials were online for Drifting Tide. 2 of them actually did go out, followed by the bubble, and the Tri-Slosher is hanging on to this Inkjet here, just waiting for the primary moment to use it, but right now there just hasn't been a good spot. 5th Gen just waiting up in this top corner. There is the Inkjet, looking to try to get Bazooka on it, just barely misses. It was a very close shot too. Good attempt to shoot down the Inkjet, but the Inkjet does survive until the very end, but 2 members go down from Drifting Tide. We see another Zuka shot coming out, and I believe the Inkback is online, followed by the Zipcaster, and Ryan here picking up the Rainmaker. Yes, not to retreat, but
he's stuck
putting themselves in a corner. It is still a good corner to put the Rainmaker in, so Cytria can put a lot of bombs over there and keep it down, but 2 members do go down. The Zipcaster's in behind, opting to cause some damage, but unable to find the pick, and all 4 members of Drifting Tide were there. That could have not ended great. Oh, Ryan just coming right through and stopping the Rainmaker.
And now it's only that slash machine left. 5th Gen has the Booming Bop, Steam Hop Pop, Ink, his special there, and he's ready to go. But look at this defense. I mean, they're just showing a defensive state, but there's 2 minutes left to go. They really got to get some offense there.
Oh, it looks like Ollie is able to pick up one with that Zuka shot, so it is going to create some kind of advantage, but as soon as it happens, counter Zuka able to pick off the Rainmaker and another one on that right-hand corner. So Cytria, what a counter play, a 5th gen. Also just avoiding that one jump, just saying this is important. This player's alive right now. Let's go for them first. I think that's 3. That's a wipeout, and that back ended up getting 1, but this is Drifting Tide's moment to get up in that left-hand corner and get this checkpoint, which they're going to do. The question is are they going to be able to keep up the pressure to be able to get any more points? They do have this bubble. This bubble should be popped. This bubble is popped right now, and just the members are going in. Oh, Jason, my goodness.
Gets the kill. There's another one there, Jason.
There's a jump. The Booyah Bomb's coming out.
What is
trying
happening?
to keep this alive. Drifting Tide is using whatever mechanics they can to keep themselves alive, but all else fails. Cytria able to come in and collapse on everything going through the bubble, and just Drifting Tide unable to get any little extra bit of points because one did go down right after the checkpoint was claimed.
Yeah, if you're on the side of Drifting Tide, you lost the last 2 matches. You unfortunately failed on that last attempt. It's gonna be a hard last minute to get this lead here. JF does go down too, so it's gonna be tough here.
The Junior went in all alone on that side with no other aggression to push them, especially with it being a primary Rainmaker path. There is only like 35 seconds left. Oh, there we go! This is what I was talking about. When other players focus on the other side of the map, you're gonna leave one side open, and if you leave this left-hand side open, that can happen. There's now 25 seconds left of this game, and Drifting Tide has the lead!
Now it is all turned onto Cytria. You're sitting in this corner. 1 for 1, your 5th gen is down, unfortunately. And the slashing machine is still up and at with that LDE, which they should have on their gear. So no GG raise, but there is a GG slashing machine Fizzy Bomb combination Booyah Bomber. But Jason trying to get something in to get that Booyah
trying so hard.
Oh man.
The ink backs out too, but the slasher's here. Wow. Undertow, just a quick snap change. This is where Rainmaker still exists on this map, and I said it right at the start. If the team is focused on one side more than the other, it's going to be a quick lead change, especially with how hard it is to get past members on that map, and not just picking up the Rainmaker and swimming it right forward with checkpoint gone. Able to take that extra point for lead, and that is game.
Ooh, wow, what an ending. And for Rainmaker, honestly speaking, that was very hype match on both sides. Again, I said earlier when Cytria was down 0-2, these teams are still really fair teams, and we're going to see these teams back. Cytria is out for today due to single elimination, but hey, keep an eye out for them because they are, as we've seen here, they've proven to be a really good team, something to keep their eyes out for.
Absolutely. Cytria, you better give yourselves a pat on the back because you definitely brought that back and read the situation for as quickly as they did, and all was well. Like, you brought it back to a game 5 and even put it out towards the end. Drifting Tide, again, just able to snag it at the end, but what a performance put on by both teams right there.
Exactly, but what a performance from us here, Devi. But unfortunately, it is our time to leave. I know. It's unfortunate, but it's very much appreciated that we actually got the opportunity here to commentate your Low Ink October 22. I'm Corona Beer. You can find me at Corona_beer on Twitter. And that's about it. Devi, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitch at Devi_Doovie. You can find me on YouTube, Devi Doovie, Twitter, Devi Doovie, all that jazz. You'll see all my Hydra shenanigans and whatnot. So, and Hydra crimes, all that stuff. That's basically where you'll find me. But that's that. We are going to quickly toss it over to your next casters, which are going to be Magic 8-Ball and Mr. Popgun himself. So, have a good day, all, and don't go anywhere because action's going to continue pretty quick.
And Inklink's winning. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink October 2022. I am Popgun, joined by the Magic 8-Ball, and we got a doozy of a top 8 for you here in Alpha Bracket of the biggest Low Ink tournament known to mankind. We're going to be bringing you guys Ink Sync versus Puzzles and Dragons, or I guess Puzzle and Dragons. Magic, we saw Puzzle and Dragons lose earlier in the top 32 stage, but they did well enough to advance into Alpha Bracket. Ink Sync, well, I wish these guys didn't need an introduction, because I don't want to talk about them, but they've been in a lot of these tournaments, and they're some good friends of ours as well.
Oh, good friends, of course. They've been around the block for a while, right? And that's gonna be the main thing here is can they finally give it that last good old send-off to Low Ink with a bang. It's going to be interesting, though. Jimmy's going to have to be very precise on that charger, but I'm sure that he's loving all the changes to Splatoon 3.
As any charger player would in the meta that we're in right now. But we haven't seen Jimmy use a charger weapon in a while. It's always been like bamboo or splash or something like that. Plus we got gooey gas. That's not right. Gigas. Oh, that's not right either. Gigas. There we go. We got Gigas, who usually does Nautilus. Probably, that's another weapon where it's like, if you're a Nautilus main, you're kind of on copium right now, just to get through with the kit that it is. However, the team they're going up against, Puzzle and Dragons, just or maybe not upset, maybe that's not fair to say, but they did beat Pixelated, who was coming into this tournament very strong today, beat them in a game 5. So a scrappy game 5, I'm sure they were able to win there, coming off of a emotional win. And keep in mind, this is single elimination. So they were one game away from being done in this tournament. Now they're in the best of 5, trying to keep their hopes alive and move on down the road to try to claim a Low Ink championship. Game 1, Scorch Gorge Zone.
Pixelated, my friend DB Go on that team, but they've been playing super well if they've been able to make it this far. They need to not drop anything else. They need to be super precise throughout this entire set, and Jimmy is going to be having to battle Asa on that charger, the E-Leader mismatch actually, which is going to be interesting to see if Jimmy can overcome it.
It's an E-Leader with Respawn Punisher as well, double machine coming out from the side of Ink Sync as we see a little bit of an early skirmish going on here. Neither team trying to take a fight. Eevee working around that right side with the support of Jimmy, but so far just kind of feeling each other out. Again, Puzzle and Dragons coming off of a nervous game 5. You might need to take a little bit of time to settle into this one, and Ink Sync seems pretty eager to let them settle in.
He's trying to use that crab on the right side here, which is a good flanking opportunity, and it seems to have opened up Ink Sync for a little bit of a play, but Gigas is going to be able to put pressure on Isa here. Maybe, just maybe, Seekin was a little bit too out of position with that crab. Finally, it seems like the zone flipped, but it's the start of the game. Not too much, not too long for the zone to get penalty points pushed onto it. It's just going to be really back and forth. It's like that Kelp Dome style zone where you have to be dancing around it at all times.
I've heard that comparison for this map a lot. It's very much like Kelp Dome, which is never really a good comparison to make. But, it kind of makes sense. You got that giant thing in the middle there. Does the top of the tower actually count as the zone? Yeah, no, it did in Kelp Dome, so that was always frustrating.
I don't think it does here. I think I could be very wrong on that, but I don't think that it does here. Because it would change when the zone flips, and I don't think that it does. But it seems like Ink Sync is going to try and go in here. Eevee's being really, really aggressive on this slosher, on this double slosher machine composition, which is fascinating. I didn't know what we'd be seeing out of these teams, considering all of the adaptations that people have been making in recent times with 20XX and Area Cup last weekend. But they're going to stick with their guns. They're going to stick with these slower compositions and using those traditional support roles with the sloshing machines. And it seems to be working out really well for Ink Sync because they've got a good hold here, and they might be able to lock this one out. They can get the pick of the eyes, and they do! Oh, that's so huge. Jimmy goes down to the other side, but it seems like Seekin's going to try and dive in here, trying to make a play. They have the bubbler, they have the crab, they just need to take care of Gigas, and finally they do, but that was so much time wasted, and the beacons from Inkling are going to be the difference maker.
That was a critical pick by Gigas on the E-Leader because Jimmy was in mid, and I don't know how comfortable they were knowing the E-Leader outranged them. But when you take out the E-Leader, you get Jimmy right in the middle right there, and that's exactly what you want. Feasting on him right there. Welcome back, the Charger to Jimmy. Game 1 goes to Ink-Sync. Once the Chargers get set up in mid, it's hard to break out of it.
Very much so. It's so hard to try and even challenge that because you never know which angle they're going to be peeking from. You never know which, like, they could be on the ground all of a sudden, and now you have to go face to face with them, and they could just pop you because you weren't moving in a way they were expecting you to move. And this is going to be the high-level charge play that we're going to see out of this match, and I'm so excited for it. Like, this is... People say that low ink is like, oh, it's not the best of the best, but, like, Jimmy and Isa hit shots, dude. They hit shots.
And you know what? We saw pressure on the E-Leader and the Charger without any missile play going on. Now, again, it was the machine, so I guess pick your poison of how you want to deal with that. But still, game 1 going into the favor of Ink-Sync as Puzzle and Dragons counterpick has come in, going to Tower Control Art Academy. But it seems like, you know, whenever we have a higher level tournament, this is always the map that gets auto-picked anyways, TC Art Academy. So
right, true.
A fan favorite for sure. I find it interesting. So Prism is the team that Syncit usually plays for. And last month, Prism was constantly tweeting out about how we don't know what our comp is in Splatoon 3. We don't feel comfortable with any of these weapons. We don't really know what to do. Syncit known for using Tetras, and I've seen a lot of Tetra players be like, I ain't feeling Reslider. I don't like it. I'd rather have Splashdown, which is that's a issue right there. When you'd rather have Splashdown than something else. But you saw Syncit not using Tetras, instead using the Splash with the Crab Tank. So I wonder if that's just what Syncit has been settling into with the difference in Tetras from game 2 to 3. Or if they're going to pick something here, and maybe this is the map where they feel comfortable using Reslider on.
Right, you know, it's probably a little bit more map dependent, right? Like that's probably the idea here, and especially working around Air Sign and Isa. Like they need to have a little bit more paint foundation, probably to support that sloshing machine to make sure that they can go all the way. Is probably the idea there. But Giga's actually switching to Blaster this time. That's going to be the only comp change we see.
Oh, and Jimmy gets erased immediately. Must have been a meeting of the minds with the Chargers in mid. That's the aggression that we weren't seeing out of the Dragons at the beginning of the first game. But right now, it's just Asa trying to back off here and allow some space to come back into mid. You know, yeah, Gigas on the Blaster. Not a lot of paint out of the comp of Ink-Sync. I know it's tower control. You just really need paint around the tower. But if Puzzles and Dragons find a way to get established control of mid, it's going to be difficult for Ink-Sync to deal with that.
I think walk up is the real issue. Is like these frontliners, they have to step up to paint, just like right there. Like Airsign has to move forward into their kill range to try and start putting paint on the ground, so it's not really effective paint. Asa's going to be trying to land shots from the top ropes here, but K is going to try and make sure that position is not even safe, not even from the highest of heights. And all of a sudden, it seems like they're going downhill fast. Jimmy with the ink back on the tower, very clutch play, finally gets taken down, but it's just Asa standing left alone. Evie's got this one in the bag, trying to put it away, trying to keep it down, trying to stop its head all the way down. And maybe, just maybe, they can finally stop this tower, and they do.
You know, I talked about the painting comp being an issue. If you splat the other team more than they splat you, all of a sudden you got a better painting comp. It doesn't matter what your weapons are. 3 checkpoints and some change gone in the first minute and 30 seconds. Puzzle and Dragons not wanting to go down 0-2 in this best of 5 set has their work cut out for them here as we see Templar working around that left side. A couple of players going down on Ink-Sync, and now you see the map quickly changing pink as Seekin's trying to shark around the left side, gets taken down. But still, that's the advantage you're going to have. You're going to have to slowly paint up the map and work up here and slowly chip away at this lead, taking advantage of the extra paint that you can put down. But you got to find ways to win the fights on the map advantage you do have. They're not doing that.
And it's so tough, too, because they need clean, like, man advantage fights. and they need like multiple down every time if they want to keep this thing going. Beautiful shot from Jimmy with the partial charge. That was insane. And they're right back into those power positions, right? Even though Gigas ends up going down there, like every time it just gets scarier and scarier for Pulses and Dragons because they think, okay, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the time that they finally do knock out because they have such good pushing specials in the Ink Vac and the Bubbler. Get a little bit of momentum again, but they're going to need to find a way to clear out everything. They need to find a way to move together and step up forward to make sure that they can clear out these frontliners so that they can get their paint down so that they can start to move around and like have a slower incremental process. And they haven't been following that, and Inksting's been taking care of them every time because of it.
Yeah, and you kind of hit the nail on the head. They're getting into the right positions they need to be. You don't have to... Oh, nice shot there. And that should be still a respawn Punisher that'll slow things down, at least special-wise. But still, they recognize what spots they need to get into and distract the player so they can't just all collapse on the tower. We gotta look at K going up top there, Jimmy riding the tower, Eevee and Gigas starting to push up along that side there. This is starting to look like another KO opportunity. But if anything, a lot of times getting drained off the clock right here. Jimmy's fighting to get back on the tower, goes down to Templar, and one more player jumping in. Backside of the tower as well. Will this game continue to go? It looks like it will, but K's already sharking it down, ready to attack yet again.
And this is the issue with these tactical or beacon comps. This is the issue with Dapples. Once you feel like they're cleared out, all of a sudden they're jumping back in and they have the momentum again, even though you just won the fight. And now it's Inksting getting back on this tower and once again just shoving it forward, shoving it down, and they've got these specials to keep the momentum going. And it's such a snowbally composition that hasn't really been figured out, at least not at this level. 3-2-1, that's the game. That's 2 wins for Inksync.
That was a very convincing win for Inksync as well. Just from start to finish, just kept the tower on the enemy side of the map. You know, we haven't really talked about K's Dapples so much. You were kind of alluding to it there at the end of that set. But traditionally, with a kit like that with beacons and soda that you could put down, you would think that would be on what we would consider be a support role back in Splatoon 2. But there's not really like an actual support role in this game right now, or at least it's not used very often. But when you combine the Dapples with a machine, with a blaster like Gigas that's being very aggressive and leading the way for the tower, then you can let your Dapple player put down those beacons as needed, put down the soda as needed, and when you need that extra aggression, obviously that's what the Dapple individual weapon is built for. So K's playing their part perfectly. I don't know if you want to classify it into a specific role, but whatever it is they want K to do, they're doing it very well, and it's working well in combination with the rest of Inksync right now.
Right. I don't want to call it support, but it's definitely more of a utility role, right? Like I'm gonna do what you guys need me to do kind of role, right? Like I'm gonna get you guys back into the map. I'm gonna give you guys tactical so that you can move forward. I'm going to enable you guys because the Dapples have the ability to do all of that. They have the options to make things work. And then when they need K to go on the aggressive and harass Bats and make sure that that position is held down and they have the aggression there to make sure that the tower keeps moving forward, K can also do that. It's a utility role. And that's what I like to classify it as. And especially on something like Rainmaker, Undertow, Spillways, the Dapples are going to be even more important.
Yes, game 3 coming in here. Hey, splat zones and tower control didn't work. Now, let's go to Rainmaker, Undertow. I'm assuming they won this at some point in the last set, or they feel really confident about this. The question is, are we going to see that respawn Punisher coming right back out? No comp change from the side of Puzzle and Dragons. There's the patented Gigas Nautilus rearing its ugly head there, and still sticking with that respawn Punisher. So I'm wondering if that means that either's not going to pick up the Rainmaker, because you're basically going to die with it unless you get a checkpoint or a KO, or you might just die to the blast of the Rainmaker and get harassed immediately. Oh no, Inksync picking up where they left off. Checkpoint 1's going to fall, and then some.
And now the Dapples is already getting into position. Like we said, like those beacons are on the bottom left side of that map. Jimmy's gonna try and take this one forward. I don't agree with that play, Jimmy, but Gigas is already up here, marking 3 and just trying to harass them down. from the other side as K moves in. The good pincer and Templar's getting stuck down all the way there. Jimmy, why are you here? Now they're just playing with their food at this point. Eden's back in mid. They're going to try and pop this Rainmaker and keep it going, but holy cow. The Inkling has no fear.
Hey, you're looking pretty safe over there. Let me just jump and see what I can happen. Fortunately for Jimmy, stays alive, but for the rest of Puzzles and Dragons, might not be able to find a way to get the pop on this Rainmaker right now, which means they might not get control of mid until they do. Jimmy punishes, though, and I believe that is a shot from Asa on the E-Leader that got a shot on Jimmy. Might have got another shot right there. And again, those are respawn Punisher shots that keeps the enemy down longer, that drains even more of the special meter, and that might allow some room for the rest of Puzzles and Dragons start pushing up. But look how quickly everybody's coming back, though. Map control has not been taken by the Dragons.
And that's the important thing with ISA, I'm pretty sure, is that they believe, like, oh, they're running tactical alert. Like, I need to have these shots land on tactical alert opponents so that they stay down for longer, they don't get that quick respawn buff, and we can actually win these fights cleanly, as they are finally starting to do so. As Isa's getting pressured by K, but they're able to dodge and dip, and the teammates are surrounding the Charger to make sure that they are safe. Airsign's going to take this on the left side. A smart play, I think, because this gives them the opportunity to keep this push going because of the way the map is structured. They're definitely going to get lead. That's Seeking getting one, and that's at least 30 push on this map, which is a big, big number to finally hit. And it looks like Puzzles and Dragons are alive.
Yeah, all checkpoints are cleared by both teams, but like you said, getting down to 26 remaining is going to be difficult for Inkling unless they just keep playing like they normally do, which is pushing up here, attacking the E-Leader, getting trades, but getting trades that work out in their favor, winning fights in general. But right now, this is momentum finally going into the favor of Puzzles and Dragons. Getting punched in the face early in this game has bounced back.
Finally have the paint too, which I think is the really important thing, right? It seems like they finally are able to actually do what they need to do to stuff out the Slosher Machine and the Nautilus and keep them at bay. Even though they have the specials online right now for Ink's sake, if they just keep getting flanked, then it's going to be no point. They have a good position here again. Gigas is gonna, that's 3 down. And the issue with a snowball composition is that it goes the other way as well. Those beacons are not gonna be as important. Those tacticalers are not gonna come up as often if you're stuck in your base.
Those crab tanks popped by Seeking have always been coming out the right time too. They know this perfect position to plop them off, but K getting a triple and forcing the last player to be like, nah, I'm gonna hop out of there. But still, they added to their lead even more. 21 remaining, less than a minute 30 left to go. Rainmaker is still back there. They haven't, I think they're just gonna let it reset on their own. Did it pop? What?
I hope it did, yeah. Okay, there's the reset.
Oh, and they got 3 players down on top of it.
Oh goodness, I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, Puzzles and Dragons just fell to the hands of Inkling really quickly. And I don't think it was K that time, because K was trying to push forward and move up. What in the world is going on? The beat comes through, that's 3 down. Jimmy has hit an insane. Oh my god, Asa!
Collateral! Set up and knock them down. Oh, that saved the game for them. It might have saved the tournament as well. And another one on top of it. Back-to-back collaterals. Asa, we got to figure out how to say your name correctly if you're going to make shots like that.
I got info from the idiots in chat. Asa. It is an A. I'm sorry.
Man.
Latin classes, they got me used to something else. That was insanely clutch.
They might have to do it again here, but no, 2 more players for Inkling starting to go down. The Dragons in a great position here with man advantage. They do got some special filters as well, about 10 seconds left to go. And it's stuck on their side of the map. Inkling's gonna have to go over and get it. This Leo is probably gonna be thrown right on it, but it gets sucked up by Jimmy, but it's not gonna be enough. And man, by the skin of their E-Leader's teeth, Puzzles and Dragons extends the set.
Okay, we're good.
Talk about having ice in your veins, though.
For real! How do you hit that shot? Your entire team goes down, and you know that is literally the only opportunity you have as a respawn Punisher E-Leader to make the difference in that game, and you do it. Oh, clean.
Now, Now, if you want to complete the reverse sweep, you're going to have to do it on Inksync's back-to-back counter picks. Now, keep in mind, they can't go to zones. They can't go to tower control either, so they can only go back to Rainmaker or try their luck at Clam Blitz if that's the map they want to do.
Oh, yeah.
Clam Blitz seems like it kind of neutrals out both teams to some extent. I mean, that when it comes to the anchor play that we're seeing from both teams, I don't know. Maybe you go to a specific Clam Blitz map that just doesn't feel comfortable for E-Leader at all. You can't do that, no.
What?
They counterpicked Clam Blitz at Inkblot, but they've already won on Inkblot, so they can't do that.
Well, got him. GG's.
But hey, that's the mindset they're going for, right? What can we do to negate the E-Leader a little bit?
Right. Yeah. Like, can we find a map that has like enough of that middle ground, enough of those like key positions that aren't at that safe E-Leader stiff arm range? And my initial thought, honestly, was also Scorch. But they've already won on that too, right? Yeah. And so it's like, okay, maybe you could go something like not a museum. That'd be too easy for
That's
E-Leader.
the thing with where the game is right now. Okay, what's the one map that doesn't work for E-Leader? And it's like, oh well, it's like people saying, "Where's Mahi at?"
Hammerhead?
Like every Hammerhead? No, I don't think Hammerhead's in our. Hagglefish Rainmaker. All right, that's fair enough. Hagglefish.
No,
can't really
but that's
go wrong
still
with
really good for leader. I don't know. I don't know what Jimmy's thinking here. I mean, I guess it makes sense with like the vac jumping across play. Like that's maybe what they're going to be going for. But I don't know, Jimmy. What are you thinking up there with that beautiful head of hair?
You got 2 games to work with. And their opening for Inksyng in the last Rainmaker game was better. They had a much better opening. I think you kind of pointed out how Jimmy grabbed the Rainmaker after they got past the pedestal and just tried to force it. I think the mindset with that is if they get to the pedestal, they'll just have to grab it to get lead. If we can grab it and get a little bit forward, then that'll at least make them work for it a little bit more. Instead of being a little bit patient, we got the wipe, we got the checkpoint, let's reestablish ourselves. Let's let Gigas get a pick or two on the left side, then we'll grab it and make a home run play right there. So Inksync's opening going back to Rainmaker might still give them a little bit of advantage unless that's something the Dragons cleaned up between the last game and this one. But it's still tournament point, or at least set point, in the favor of Inksyng going into game 4 here. And that E-Leader's still coming right back out. Gigas on to weapon number 4 in this 4th straight game. Trying their luck at Junior this time around.
A true flex player, and that's what I like to see. But we are going to see the same thing come out from Puzzles and Dragons, and to be honest, it makes sense. Asa's just been lights out. And I don't see how Inksyng is supposed to chew through that now that Asa's online. Airsign tries to make a move forward, tries to make something happen, not going to be able to do so. But they're going to jump back. This is probably going to be the pedestal, right? Templar's going to jump in here a little bit sloppy. Maybe you're being a little bit scatterbrained, I would say.
But you know what? If you can get to that pedestal and then pop it and then immediately get the jump, you get like 50 points off of that. And that's what Inksyng's going to try to do right now. They do have the man advantage. Airsign's back here knowing that they're probably going to try to jump, but they do take it to the rampway, and they slip past everybody, getting the 21 remaining. Oh, and they might get the KO, but once again, it's the E-Leader shutting everything down, at least for now, but they can't stop it for long. Inksyng puts them away.
That was such a masterclass in how to move with the Rainmaker. Fake one way, jump the other way, use those movement options to get up those ramps quickly, and then squid bag your way across the tarp right in front of the E-Leader's face. And that's Inksyng moving on to top 4 in Low Ink October 2022, the craziest tournament of all time.
That is right. And hats off to finishing, I guess, tied for 5th overall is Puzzle and Dragons. We saw some amazing plays out of them leading up to this point, but making the top 8 in a tournament with 170 teams, that's it's pretty good, especially for a pickup team like this. where players have made alpha bracket before, but in like a traditional low ink, I don't think they've even made this deep of a run. So hats off to them. But Inksync's just been playing really well all day long. They haven't lost a set. I believe that game that they lost was the first game they've lost in alpha bracket so far. And we got a little bit of a treat for you guys. So normally when we do the double M bracket, we stream more matches and we give you guys a better sense of what grand finals is going to be. This time around though, there is just a single limb and we are heading into semifinals. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to stream both semifinal sets so that when you go into grand finals, you have a good look at both teams before we actually see them play in that best of 7. Coincidentally, though, since the other semifinal set is not determined yet, Red Specific and LAPPYSWEEP are tied 2-2 each. Ooh. Drifting Tide is currently down to the Cherry-Dolphines 2-0. They might get eliminated right there. But we're going to let them finish up, and we're staying right here. So if you were an Ink Stink fan, I guess as some of you in chat are, good news, they're going to be on right back again. Taking on Alliance of the Dam, who is still alive in this tournament. After losing in round 6 on stream yesterday, they 3-0'd Old People, 3-2 win, just winning a game 5 over the Wontons, and now they're going to try their luck at Inksync.
I love that. They 3-0'd Old People. You know, like, I can just see them throwing hands. Well, they're just like people in wheelchairs. Just instead of punching babies, we're punching the elderly. Anyways.
Okay, so that way, real quick, that Old People team, they're all like in their 20s. I don't know what they're doing.
I'm in my 20s.
Well,
come on.
It's all downhill from there, buddy. I'm sorry. Anyways, so the players for Alliance of the Dam used to be, well, they used to go by Midnight Chaos, and before that, they were Midnight Sun. And I remember being like, Midnight Sun's not an actual thing, and then they DM'd me and like, no, actually, there is a way for the sun to be out at midnight. So I guess they still didn't like their name enough, and they changed it to Alliance of the Dam, making alpha brackets last month, getting eliminated, I believe, in losers round 2 after making alpha bracket 2 months ago and getting eliminated in losers round 1. So steady progress, but now you're in top 4, making a little bit of ahead of a schedule progress with the pace that they've been on here. But yeah, one of these two teams is going to be in grand finals. I honestly was not expecting that, as Cherry-Dolphines officially has eliminated Drifting Tide 3-0.
You know, I'm always a fan of Drifting Tide. You know, Drifting Tide is the team that everybody always sees used to see in league rotations, right? Like, it seemed like they were always playing league rotations. Like, you'd always run into them. And, they've improved so much. But, you know who else is a team that has improved so much? Inksync.
Yeah, I mean, they look really good today. They're looking really good. And by the way, Cherry-Dolphines, they have not lost a set all weekend long. However, they did drop a couple of games today. One of the teams to take a game off of them earlier today was Alliance of the Dam. So Cherry-Dolphines looking like a clear favorite. And we're going to be showing you that match soon. And actually, Magic, let me tell these guys to hold. So pause for a sec.
Yeah, please pause. You know, just tournament organizer actually doing everything cliche, you know, because we grassroots, baby. But for real though, if Alliance of the Dam can hold their own against a team like Cherry-Dolphines, like this is gonna be a set. I think this set's gonna go the distance at the very least. Obviously, I've known Inksync for a long time, but I want to see if them get pushed to the edge, because I also want to see them improve enough on their gameplay to overcome adversity so that they can do really well in the finals. When I looked at this bracket, I saw them as the clear favorite.
Well, Alliance of the Dam might have something to say about that. I just had the catch. So the other semifinal match, is now set. It's going to be Cherry-Dolphines versus #LAPPYSWEEP. We're gonna be streaming that one next. So they're going to be on a bit of a break, but we do want to get both semifinal matches in here. Alliance of the Dam, 3-2 over Wontons, 3-2 over Old People. Alliance of the Dam actually did not win their top 32 group. They technically lost the Cherry-Dolphines, but they beat Myopsis in Sommersite to get to the spot that they're in right there. I believe that's an all-EU bracket we somehow managed to create out there. Regardless, game one could be Splat Zones at Mako Mart.
Ooh, interesting. I don't know a lot of the Alliance of the Dam weapon list. Do you have any info there, Popgun?
You know, we had them on stream yesterday, and they ended up playing Outcast Ninjas in what we traditionally see as like the winner moves on to alpha, loser falls down to beta kind of thing. And Alliance of the Dam lost that one 2-1 to the Outcast Ninjas. Now, since we have top 32 here, it wasn't enough for them to knock them out. But technically, Alliance of the Dam has lost twice. We've only had 3 teams win a low ink, losing twice in a losers in Swiss stage. And plus, they've already lost once today in top 32. So they could be the 3rd team all time to win low ink with 3 L's on their record as they come out here with the Tetras that Seekant wasn't using last time. And there's your missile spam. The Flingza rears its ugly head.
Oh, the Flingza rears its ugly head. I can't believe it. Also, I believe it's not Seekant. That is Golden on the Tetra dualies. That's interesting. Okay, I can see it. Like, Tetras is actually really strong here, but are they going to be able to break through the ink sync hard, fast-paced killing roster? And it seems like they're able to, at the very least, for right now. Even though they've got a bubbler and an ink back, Lopez is going to have something to say about that and is able to roll over and believe that's Jimmy while in the ink back, knowing the strats, knowing what to do. Wavebreaker going to go down, and they're going to probably cap the zone pretty quickly if they can just hold on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Inksync's got the man advantage right there. The Blaster being the last one alive in zone. Blaster's not going to accomplish much. Eevee's starting to push up. Took care of the Tetras. One more player forced to jump out. And wisely... Oh, okay. I heard the connect, but not enough juice behind that throw, I guess, from the machine to get the kill. But still, Lee going into the favor of Inksync. But this is a great opportunity for Alliance of the Dam to recuperate, fire off their missiles, take care of Eevee on the machine, pop a bubbler in zone, and now they're right back into the thick of things. Xyler starting to heat up around here as well.
Oh, Battle Junior! I like this. I really think Junior is best played when it is aggressive and in your face because there's no armor to prevent that 4-shot from actually working. It's really, really nice. I think it's even a 5-shot, but either way, it works a lot better. Finally, the specials come online for Inksync, but Gigas and K end up going down, and this fast-paced double paint composition with the Tetras and with the Range Blaster seems to be kind of dancing around them. It seems like the aggressive plays are just getting kited and punished by the members of Alliance of the Dam. If you're Inksync, what do?
You need to start landing some picks, and you need to use specials now. But that bubbler's going to be down in the freezer, so they can't really use it onto the zone. And now you just have to get splats because you don't have enough paint to contend with this. Alliance of the Dam riding momentum after winning a Game 5. They take Game 1 here against Inksync in this best of 5.
That was fast. I don't know. That just seemed really clean. I didn't see any like crazy standout plays from Alliance of the Dam. It just seemed like they had it under control the entire time. They had a better they knew what they needed to do better with their composition. They put down the paint and they kited back whenever Inksync tried to make those dive plays, and they just did it.
That's well, okay, so Alliance of the Dam did a better job of breaking out of the lockout that initially Inksync was placing on them. They were able to bounce back, build up some specials, get some picks with it, and once they established control of the zone, we didn't really see that same kind of thing coming back from Inksync. They weren't able to recollect themselves. Okay, let's build up some specials first. Let's wait. Let's let them come into us, splat one of their players, get the man advantage, and then go in. But it's kind of trickling in a little bit at a time, and maybe they're just not comfortable in that map. I don't know, but still, you got an opportunity to bounce back here, and they're not limited on the counter picks that they can use because they haven't won anything in this set, so they're opting to go with Splat Zones at Wahoo World. I'm assuming to try to take advantage of the anchor player that they have that Alliance of the Dam didn't show off in that last game.
I think this also is a much better map for dive comps, right? Or not even comps, but the playstyle, right? Where K can move forward with the aggressors, and they can breach that choke point really easily because of the weapons that they're using. Like Eevee, K, and Gigas all just ready up like basically instantly. So they're gonna be going with something that's really strong, really aggressive, and this is gonna be the map to do it. Even though the Tetris have the Reef Slider to try and break back in, even though they have the missiles to try and deal with the Charger, there's enough room in the backfield to make counterplay happen, and there's not enough room in like the foreground in the main fighting area for them to kite and like use the range blasters range effectively. So I think this is a really good call.
Yeah, and again, this is something they couldn't really do last time because they already won on Splat Zones. We saw them pick Rainmaker at Hagglefish. But now you don't want to go down 2-0. You want to tie this one up. And Alliance of the Dam, a great opportunity here to bringing out the heavy Splatling. So they are going to bring out an anchor of somewhat, but still, that Charger's going to have a bit of an advantage in this matchup. And missiles are gone as well. Instead, we've got the Rapid Blaster with Thermal Ink and the Ink Strike, which can do a good job of at least backing players out of the zone.
I'm a little confused by this composition, but I also get it, right? So the Ink Brush is going to try and use those whales to cut through those bubblers for those positions, scope out where that sloshing machine is, and try and make things happen, right? Try and just dance around. Exactly what he's going to be doing here is he's going to find two on the lip, maybe able to get one, going to get taken down by Eevee, and that's the zone and the cap for Inksync. And Eevee's in this aggressive position, thinks that he can manage it. Maybe, just maybe, he's able to with the Booyah Bomb coming online. Still stays alive, and K's got the jumps into the beacons. All of a sudden, Inksync's probably going to be able to fight for this again very soon.
Eevee stares into the abyss and lives to tell the tale somehow. But wasting their Booyah Bomb, and he's just really around to come back in with the rest of their teammates. One more player going down on the side of Alliance of the Dam. K with some soda in them, able to push up in the zone. Can they get the cap? No, they don't. And Eevee is the last player left alive, forced to back up a little bit right now. And this is going to be a huge opportunity for Alliance of the Dam to put some serious points on the board. If not a KO, but somehow the fadeaway before getting taken down themselves. And K have sharking around this left side. Do they realize K is right here? And the answer is no. But they run into the bullets of the heavy anyways.
Something I want to point out, I think that Mop was able to actually dance around Jimmy's Inkvac and ends up getting two. I thought that was a for sure play for Inksync, but that crazy flank by the Ink Brush was able to land it, and all of a sudden, it seems like this is actually just gonna go in Alliance of the Dam's favor until Jimmy finally hits a shot or two and is set up in this zone. And this is where Inksync needs to be to try and start snowballing this thing. But again, it gets capped right back, and it seems like they're just playing like really distant from one another.
I don't like the Charger player disengaging to go back to get a soda. The soda's really just for the players who are going to be moving around a lot, and instead that allows, yeah, you come back in time because you got shot down, but still, maybe if you stay up there, you don't get shot down and you don't need to respawn anyways. But still, they're able to reach back control of zone, establish things a little bit. They're starting to get some picks without some trades. Nice use of the vacuum there to force that player to drop down, and you are going to get something established and going here. But Alliance of the Dam did a really good job of breaking out the lockout last time. We'll see if they do that here again. They did have a special built up, but that player gets taken down immediately.
Oh, and that bubbler's used really early. This Booyah's going to be able to chew through it at the very least, and it's not going to be used in any effectiveness. Zyler is going to try and stand up on this right side where Gigas has the bubble and is going to be able to paint around. There's only two members left alive from the Alliance of the Dam. Bob's going to try and charge this whale, but is not going to be able to do so in time. A great bomb from Gigas, it looks like, and all of a sudden Inksync's in total control of this game. Once they got onto this plat area, it was just curtains.
There doesn't seem to be a plan here. Finally, they do have some specials to work with. The Killer Whale coming out with the I forgot what that name is, but it's not really going to accomplish a whole lot, but do enough to at least get back control of zone, the wave breaker, and Jimmy being the last player left alive, but they do technically get lead, and those, although they got a lot of penalty points to chew through, as soon as all those penalty points are gone, lead's going to go right back into the favor of Lions of the Dam, and possibly a KO as well. There's not a lot of time that you have to mess around with here if you're Inkling.
No, there's very little room for error, and error is what occurs as Gigas ends up going down, and K ends up falling on that right side as well. There was no paint, there was no beacons, there was no pressure, and they were able to use this blast as a pivot point. The Booyah comes through, and in the ink bag, but there's not enough paint. K finally jumps in and is able to save it barely at the last absolute frame that zone could have been capped, and they do. Gigas is going to stand back up here. There's only 2 members left alive on the side of Alliance of the Dam. Mop is getting the zone finally, and the scraps are not ending. Inkling needs to shut them down here right now, or else this map could go very much back in the other favor.
30 seconds left to go. And yeah, once again, you just got to build up those specials, go in there. The bubbler works out really well in this map. Oh, I believe that is the bomb getting a double. Evie and Jimmy exploding, and they did have some soda in them as well, though, so they can come back really quickly. And that gives them enough time to try to get something established. The junior player getting taken care of for Inkling, as we see Evie working around this left side. They do have a little bit of time to work with, but they can't afford to get splatted right here. And those bombs are getting placed in a perfect spot to at least force Evie to back up. K flanking around this left side as well. 1 player, 2 go down, and now it's just the blaster. There's no way they can outpaint all of that. The flanks landing in the perfect spot, and Inkling survives their own counter pick to tie up this set 1 apiece.
Survives is exactly the right word to describe that. They saw the adjustment that they needed to make. They said, Gigas, we're just gonna put you on junior. We need the paint, and they were able to at the very least use those long flanks for K in combination with Jimmy's Inkvax to barely make it by, and even then those plays only worked like half the time. That was beyond scary for Inkling. But at the same time, Alliance of the Dam has to be feeling a little bit of pressure here. They were like, that game was ours. We should be up 2-0 right now, and now we have to counterpick something, and we can't even go back to zones. What do we do here?
This is a good set so far. But yeah, okay, I think Alliance of the Dam was feeling pretty good that they counterpicked zones against them specifically. Instead, they're going to roll with tower control at Sturgeon Shipyard. I don't know if we're going to see that remix come back out again. I keep wanting to call it a remix, just a heavy splatling in general. I guess everything's vanilla at this point. But again, I just don't like the Splatling versus Charger matchup, especially when you got a Charger as experienced as Jimmy on the other side. I think you want to go, you might not like to hear this, but I think you want to bring that Flingza back out to displace the Charger instead of just trying to beat him with a wave breaker. Right. But again, on a map like this, kind of begs for a little bit of range, but again, the arcing motion of a Flingza is probably what they're going with here as well. So that can work out here.
It's so tough, right? And again, we don't know exactly what kind of playstyle they're going for, because they've been so scrappy. They haven't really had so, you know, I think it was Dio, and hi Dio, I know you're in chat. Dio posted that circle of the composition, rock paper scissors essentially. And, you know, there was a dive comp, slow comp, and, like, really, I forget what the third one was, but, like, it seems like they aren't fitting into any one of those styles at the current moment, right? They just seem like they're playing for picks, they're playing for scraps, they're playing to just completely overwhelm opponents. And I don't know if Inkling is going to fall to that after they adjust.
Virtually the same comp coming out from the side of both teams. Maybe Zyler switched up something right there, but it's still that Rapid Blaster, the Ink Brush, the heavy Splatling coming right back out yet again. So we're probably going to have to see some aggression being combined with that Brush and that Rapid Blaster to some extent, because this heavy is staying way back here, recognizing, okay, there's an E-leader up top there. That really limits what I want to do and where I have to go. So it's really just going to come down to that. Can they respect the range and still harass the Charger player at the same time? The Splatling, the Blaster, able to get behind everybody, take care of Jimmy, and that opens up the door for something to get going. But there's a K sharking around the tower.
No, the trade is not what you want there. As Truno has been doing an absolute wonder on this Rapid Blaster, putting on so much pressure and just dancing around in the front lines, which not where a Rapid Blaster traditionally is, but if it works out, it's a menace to deal with. Finally, Gigas is able to clear things out and get a nice bomb pick. Even though some people trade out, it seems like they're going to get their way back into mid, and they do. This is Inklink's time to shine. This is where they can actually make some progress, and Jimmy seems to be uncontested on this tower. Golden trying to just find something here, but look at how staggered Alliance of the Dam is. They're really not playing as a unit, and maybe they're just trying to fend things off. Finally, the specials come back online, and they're going to start pushing together.
That whale might be doing enough to stall that tower at least a little bit, but K's in a great position right here, and I don't think everybody recognizes that. And then that's the utility that player can do. They can stay back, they can put down beacons, they can throw some tacticalers down, but when they need to flank and you lose sight of them, they're usually right behind you. K has been a difference maker so far in this set.
Finally, jumps come in, and speaking of K, trying to stall for the time being, and that's able to lead them to the checkpoint and a little bit more. Booyah comes in, and Eevee's going to follow that up and able to get a pick. Truno's going to be dancing around here trying to find Gigas, is not going to be able to. There's only one left alive, and it's just Mop dancing in the backfield, trying to find something on tower. Is able to get 2-3. Wait a minute, Mop trying to mop away the competition and the paint that's on the ground, and is able to do so. What in the world? This Inkbrush is going absolutely crazy, and I love these plays with the whale coming online, and they're not done yet.
Yeah, but Inksync able to get a huge push off of that, and all the checkpoints fall into their favor, and they're in danger of KOing on their next push if they can establish control of mid. K winning another fight, now working back around as Jimmy's able to get a pick on that Splatling, and very nice play there by the Crab to at least attack the Charger, but they are really struggling at locating K right now. They're just flanking behind everybody, canceling all these specials. They need to do something about this. K is doing whatever they feel like they want to do right now. That is a problem.
Can't keep getting away with this. K's just behind them every single time that they want to try and make a play. And especially on maps like Wahoo and Sturgeon, it's just so easy to lose sight because of the tall mid-ground and the wide flank routes. Gigas is going to try and dance around here, and that's all of a sudden, again, it's 3 members of Alliance of the Dam going down in completely different places because K is literally just in their base, and they can't coordinate. I don't know what's going on in their comms right now, but the first game that we saw was so much different from the last two.
Zyler finally starting to step up here for Alliance of the Dam, swatting the annoying fly that is K and taking care of one more player on top of it. But map control still in the favor of Inksync as Eevee's taking this awkward fight and gets an awkward trade out of it as well. Okay, I guess that happened. But still, look at Gigas being aggressive with that Junior. I was going to be talking about how Gigas coming off of the more aggressive weapons on the Junior allows them to be a little bit more of just like somebody who focuses on the objective. But they're doing a great job of creating space right now, and vacuums being popped on the tower. But Mop's killer whales have really been the reason why Alliance of the Dam is still in this game in general. But there's one player left alive for Inksync, and they need to find him really quickly, and it's up there on the spinner.
He still is doing this thing where they just decide to skill issue the opponent. Unfortunately, I don't think they realize that they're still down there. I don't think they realize. Finally gets spotted out by Zyler, but it's literally not enough. They have 11 more shots.
It's so mind-boggling because they have to be in VC. No, they have to be like, okay, the Dapples just splatted me right here, but they can't do anything about it. Stop it. This is... Okay, I was about to say, there's no way you're going to roll into a 3v1 and escape that, surely. But now the rest of the players of Inksync are in a great position. Jimmy gets taken down, and keep in mind, they have to go through that other checkpoint as well before they can find a way to get lead, but they do have the man advantage and the Crab on tower, and everybody's starting to jump back in. But look who's coming around the back door. Look who's coming around the back door. Can they shut this one down? They do, but it's still a trade. Can they get across this checkpoint? 2 players left alive. They're throwing everything at the tower, but it's not going to be enough. Ink wins game 3, and my goodness, they need to come up with an answer for that Dapple players. That was, we don't see the KA, and quite honestly, if you're Alliance of the Dam, I don't think you would want it on stream after that one. That was ugly what K just did right there.
I want to talk about that final play. The trip strike on tower was the right play to make, but Gigas just decided, no, I'm not going to die to this trip strike before I get the pick exactly where I need to onto Golden and gets the tower moving away. That tower should have still been going. We should still be in overtime right now. That was so clean from Gigas. There's so much to take in there, and I don't think they know how to deal with this dive composition that Ink has just been going with. I mean, you've got the junior that can move really quickly and can pop a bubbler and stay alive and pressure you with bombs and make space that way. And then you've got the Dapples, and then you've got the machine to clean everything up. And the strategy for Alliance of the Dam is kind of just like, all right, well, we're just gonna win our fights, and that worked in the first game. And then it stopped, and they need to adjust right now. They need to be talking about what to do to actually overcome what Ink is trying to accomplish. I don't know if something like Thermal Ink Rapid Blaster is the play with such a mobile composition, right? Like, do they know? Do they know that Thermal Ink doesn't work unless you direct?
You know, you really... I mean, I guess not. Honestly, I didn't know that because I don't really use Thermal Ink at all on most anything I can do. But still, the difference so far is Ink has made the adjustment, right? They have different comps they can use. They can use K as like a flex kind of thing, like do whatever we need you to do, or the aggressive type. And they're starting to realize, oh, let me come to Junior. Let me get off a blaster, double machine. Let me just go to Junior and let me do that more objective kind of thing. And you just push up and you be more aggressive. And the difference is Alliance of the Dam hasn't made the adjustment. They came off of their comp that worked. The comp that's got them here, the comp that they're using, the heavy is not winning the fights against the Charger, and they're not doing enough, like you said, with the Thermal Ink or the enough paint control to find out where the sharking players are. I think you need to go back to that original comp that you have, or something closer to that. Fight fire with fire. Don't try to out-anchor this team and do your own play style. But here you're at Rainmaker, Undertow Spillway. I think you need to see a comp change come out of Alliance of the Dam because it's just not getting the job done. I
agree completely. They need to figure out something. They need to. Again, we're talking about that circle, right? Where you've got the fast dive comps, slow painting comps, and machine poke kill comps, right? And that's kind of the rock paper scissors. That's always what's been the rock paper scissors in MOBAs like League. Like, they need to figure out something. And I like the range blaster pick. I think that's the most important thing that we've seen so far. The roller as well, and the ballpoint. Hold on, this is really aggressive, but I actually kind of like it.
You know, I've personally been using ballpoint a little bit more. I kind of like the kit that it has. You can be pretty. You can do a lot of different things with it. Not just sit back and traditionally anchor. You can push up with it. Fizzy Bomb works out well as kind of a supportive special from behind. And Ink's Jet as well in the right kind of situations. But again, this is a map. Ink lost on here last time, but they did a really good job in the opening. And it looks like history is going to repeat itself. The ballpoint being the last one does get taken down in a trade, and Gigas working to that left. And again, this was traditionally, earlier we saw Gigas being more aggressive, now being the person focusing objective and letting K handle the aggression, and we're picking up right where we left off, it seems.
Right where we left off during that insane Undertow Spillway game that we saw earlier. Jimmy finally gets taken down, but maybe, just maybe, they can keep this push going. Eevee's in a good spot and has the Booyah Bomb online. Unfortunately, does get taken down. And Trudeau on this Range Blaster, I really do think that this is going to be the most impactful pick that we see probably all weekend. Because the Range Blaster, from what I saw on Macobar, was just so impressive, so good at finding those picks and keeping them at bay. And look at them going right after Jimmy here, and might be able to find a pick or two. Doesn't land the shot onto Eevee, maybe trying to do a little bit too much by themselves, but it is able to at least give them space to get back into the map and get the Rainmaker out of that precarious spot.
is a
Popgun, I don't know.
This is a double bubbler comp. The more I look at Alliance of the Damned's comp, the more it scratches my head a little bit here.
No,
kind of interesting. Oh, is Gigas going to run away with this one?
Wait, what? No!
Getting an
Gigas,
extra 12
what?
points on the uninkable.
And I'm like getting chased away by a curling bomb too, and I don't know how they actually just survived literally all of that. Finally, now this is looking like Alliance of the Dam has to literally play out of their minds like they did in that first game and turn the clock back to try and make something happen. And I don't know if they have it in them right now. I don't know if they have the momentum. Finally, Trudeau's able to find one. The Rainmaker goes down, and falling apart, it seems, is the members of Alliance of the Dam, as K is going to be sharking once again.
Yeah, and they run right into K, who gets a double. I mean, that's the one spot they couldn't go, and that's a great position by K, recognizing they either come to me and I get this nice play here, or they funnel into my teammates for spawning back in. But that's just the thing. If they don't know where that Dapples is, and they really can't decide on where they want to go until it's too late. But still, the ballpoint pushed back up here. You only got about a couple of minutes left to go. You got a checkpoint you got to clear. You only got a couple of bubblers to work with and an inkjet as well to try to create some space. Oh, that's an interesting little spot they took off right there. But they still might get canceled by the Dapples. The Dapples canceled the inkjet.
Okay, it's gotta be magic at this point. It's literally gotta be just some kind of voodoo like spells and shit. Like I don't know how these Dapples are doing literally everything to make this game go their way. Mop gonna try and clean things up again. Try and wet the floor. Finds K, finally. Gonna try and get Jimmy down here. Needs to find this pick, not able to. They clear the beacon, but it's Gigas once again running away with the Rainmaker. And again, after time and time again, it's just Inksync stalling them out and forcing them back and pushing them back, and they just can't get a foothold.
That one might come back to haunt them a little bit, though. They might have been a little bit greedy on that push, because now they got man advantage and map control in the favor of Alliance of the Dam, and they got players in position leading the way for the tower. And look, there goes K yet again. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. How did they just win that fight? Now they're pushing them back even more. That was your chance.
No,
Alliance of the Dam had a great opportunity right there to at least get something cooking. They still didn't get the splats when it comes down to it.
But the ink vac from Jimmy was just so good. It was such a perfect position, and how do you even fight him from all the way up there? Trudeau's gonna try and find this pick, but is gonna end up trading out. There's 30 seconds left in Alliance of the Dam's tournament life, and they need to find something, make something happen. They've got the bubbler online. They had the inkjet as well, but the Rainmaker's gonna pick that one up. And here comes K once again from the side. Is gonna stay in the bubbler for a little while, but is not gonna find it just yet. Is gonna camp the jumps. I don't know if Bob can take this out. I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, they gotta grab it. They gotta back up. I don't think they'll stay.
Oh, and it was so close the entire time. It felt like they were just puzzle pieces that they were trying to put together the entire time, and they just couldn't quite get it in the right configuration.
Inksync just overwhelmed them. I mean, point blank, they just straight up overwhelmed them with the playstyle that they were throwing at them. Including Gigas on the junior, constantly just grabbing the Rainmaker and taking off and extending the lead, or at least forcing the rest of the players back. And even though it seemed like it was greedy at times, like they were feeding a little too much into the position to give Alliance of the Dam an opportunity to get map control and something to work with, the rest of the players of Inksync were responding back in. They were getting into positions that they were supposed to be getting in, and just the whole unit of Inksync is playing better than I think they've ever played in their entire life.
Yeah.
And they are going to grand finals of the biggest low ink ever. And we are still not taking a break, Magic.
No, we're not. We can't take a break. How can we take a break? There's so much action to happen. We need to keep these people's attention, dang it, Popgun. Oh, everything is happening all the time. It's the internet everywhere all at once. We've got a great semifinals matchup next between Cherry-Dolphines and the Sweep, Lappy Sweep.
So, the team LAPPYSWEEP is named after the player Lappy, who got the pop gun kiss of death on Thursday, which a lot of people get, which means I DM you and tell you you're too good for low ink. Lappy was originally going to play with this team. Instead, without Lappy, they've still found themselves in grand final, or at least semifinals of this tournament. I think they're undefeated up to this point per matches. You see on stream, it hasn't been easy. They beat the Squid Knights. They overcame Red Pacific, beating them in a game 5-3-2, and now they're taking on what could be the best team left standing in Cherry-Dolphines, the team that finished in 4th place last month, going to be taking on this pickup team. 57747, I believe just goes by 5. Jaden Twig from Aquatic Vanguard. I think there might be some Aquatic Vanguard folks who are thinking, hey, we're rooting for Twig, but in the back of our minds, if you couldn't get banned from low ink, that would be pretty cool too.
Yeah. True and real. Trying to make it as a team, not as individuals over time is usually the way to go. But this is a really strong roster from LAPPYSWEEP, if I'm being honest. Like 5-7 has been improving immensely under Prism until, they unfortunately disbanded. Twig under AV, like these are powerhouses. I don't know much about Cherry-Dolphines though. You said they got 4th last month.
They did. Kind of a bit of a surprise team. I believe they are representing Germany, if not just a variety of countries in Europe as well. But they are, I think it's fair to say that they are mostly an EU team, which does play into the fact that this tournament is hopefully not going to run longer than what we typically see with our double elimination bracket formats, even though we are slowing things down just to stream this match in particular. But it's not fair to go into grand finals without at least getting a couple of these teams on stream to see what we're going to be looking at. And both teams got a good look at Ink Sync, so they know what they're going to be facing here. But how they deal with each other is going to be the question. Now, Lucy is making their competitive debut. This is the first tournament Lucy has ever played in. However, we did look into them because I know people are going to be asking. But yes, this is the first time Lucy's been playing in a tournament, so we'll get a good look at what they're capable of. I don't think Jaden played yesterday. I think they had a sub in place of Jaden, but Jaden is obviously back in right now. And hashtag LAPPYSWEEP has been on a roll with whatever comp that they got going in here. Game 1, we are still in semifinals. Losers has a date with Ink Sync. Winner has a date with Ink Sync, and losers gets to go down to the 3rd place match. Xplosh.
Let's do this thing, dude. And oh, it's Andu from MSU. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Xplosh and gonna be the chip composition, I feel like, right? Like this is gonna be really good for Twig to just clean people up if need be, and they're going to go up against a more traditional style double aggro anchor composition, which I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
It's a triple fizzy comp they have over there.
Yeah.
Get ready to be dealing with that kind of spam as a couple of players go down on each side. Jaden able to take care of the ball point. It's just the machine Andu, the sub for this team, getting taken care of in zone as we see the rest of the players for hashtag LAPPYSWEEP starting to push up. Twig, the Shohei Ohtani of low link, as a really good charger player and just as good, if not better, at Ink Brush. You really shouldn't be that good at 2 different weapons in this game, but that flexibility, especially with the pickup, can really work into your favor.
Right, exactly. If that Xplosion ever wants to just calm down, not utilize it, they can just switch right back to charger, and 5-7 can play something a little more aggressive, like maybe a Flash Blaster or something. Twig gets a nice pick here on that sloshing machine. Is going to follow up off of Jaden's pressure, and is going to get one more on the stack. Is going to go in for the Zipcaster, and Twig has absolutely no fear of this ballpoint. Should have had a little bit more concern for their life, but it's going to go down. This is going to be a really good lockout opportunity for the members of Cherry-Dolphines, and maybe, just maybe, this Inkzuka could absolutely pop off. Not going to find anything, though.
Yeah, I kind of want to just hold on to that Inkzuka a little bit longer. You're kind of just looking for a miracle splat at that point, but now you're not going to have it to work on the defensive end. The Gal gets taken care of, and Spider-Man is going to go flying in here and just drawing some attention, not really accomplishing anything else than that. Block doing a good job of cleaning up some players as well, and that should be lead going into the favor of the Cherry-Dolphines, as we're seeing a lot of discombobulation coming out from the side of LAPPYSWEEP.
Right, it seems like they're really spread out, right? It seems like they're trying to get pincers down, but it's not really working out. They're just getting bum rushed through the middle and getting cleared by those ledges because of the slosher machines. And again, we see the fizzy bomb spam come through. Finally, Twig is able to find one through a miracle flank, a miracle shark. This zone needs to get capped, though. They're finally able to do so with the help from the Explosher, but they end up going 2 down for it. They need to start focusing on this right side, but 5-7 and the other is going to get focused on this jump, and whoever was stuck on this left side, and they don't even get one for it. Finally, Twig comes in and helps out a little bit, but now they're staggering in Popgun. It seems like they're just trying to find whatever picks they can get, but they need to start playing a little bit more coordinated.
Yeah, they've been staggering for the past couple of minutes or so. Even when they got control of zone there, and yet again, it's still just been players just kind of going in, trying to make hero plays like you've been pointing out. Again, it's a pickup versus an actual team, so you're going to see some of that from time to time, but Cherry-Dolphines able to kind of lure Jaden into a trap right there and able to get the pick, and it should be the zone flipping back into the favor of the Dolphins. And yeah, if LAPPYSWEEP wants to get back into this game in particular, they need to go in together, they need to use their specials together, and we're just not seeing that right now, and they're starting to get punished heavily for it.
That was a beautiful set of Booyah Bombs from the Slosher Machines to allow Block and the others to just absolutely move in. Here comes the Trizuka, and this one I hope is going to be at least a little bit better utilized. Not going to find anything, but helps to keep people at bay for the time being. Going to try and challenge that wall. Finally, Jaden gets a pick, and in comes Twig, trying to find one, maybe two, trying to get Zoro, not able to do so. Finally, the cap goes through, but again, at what cost?
Well, they were able to get a couple players down. Man advantage is kind of even across the board, so there is an opportunity here for LAPPYSWEEP. But again, breaking out the lockouts has been pretty simple, if we're being honest here, for the Cherry-Dolphines. They're just throwing in some Booyah Bombs, throwing in some Fizzies, and then finally using that Inkzuka on the defensive end instead of just kind of burning it willy-nilly on the backside there. As 2 more players going down from each side. Jaden trying to survive, and they hold on the zone for now, but the picks are going to land into the favor of Cherry-Dolphines. There's not much that Booyah Bomb's going to accomplish without somebody else to follow up with it, I think. Question mark? Maybe it's stalled for the rest of the players to come back in.
Okay, they have the opportunity here. Lucy's going to try and find something. Not going to be able to save the zone from getting capped with Booyah Bombs. A little bit too good at painting that zone. And Lucy just cannot compete with Ondu here. Able to find at least one, get the pick on the other one, up on the side here. Finally, 5-7 has to just dive forward at the end of this game. They're trying to just make a dash for the zone. It's not going to happen. That's Cherry-Dolphines cleaning up LAPPYSWEEP, and it felt like they were on the offensive the entire time.
Yeah, they just knew how to play that map. They just knew how to play together. They worked together a lot better. The only weird thing right there was just the Inkzukas being just fired willy-nilly. But the rest of the comp and the oppression coming out from those Booyah Bombs, from those Fizzy Bombs, enough to kind of take advantage of the fact that LAPPYSWEEP, like we said, just kind of feeding in right there, kind of going in, trying to pop some specials, make a hero play, and they just didn't work. Maybe they worked against some other teams, but this one is going to be a little bit different. If LAPPYSWEEP wants to win this one, they got to find ways to start working together and moving like a unit, just like Cherry did that last set.
And again, we go back to the rock, paper, scissors, right? They've got a really poke heavy composition, right? Where they have the long range with the Fizzy Bombs, they've got the long range with the Slosher Machine, they've got the Zuka, and they're gonna chip you down, they're gonna nail you down, and they're gonna try and pick you off one at a time. But the members of LAPPYSWEEP need to try and really lean into their dive composition, right? Like that should be working, right? They've got Twig on the brush, they've got Lucy and 5-7 who are able to support from the back and help get them in. They just need to try and coordinate it a little bit better and maybe get 5-7 off of something that's slow, like the Explosher, and onto something that's maybe a little bit quicker, like a Charger, and that is able to put on a little bit more aggression, is able to really clear space with the laser. But then again, what map mode do you pick?
LAPPYSWEEP's taking a little bit of time to come up with this one. As we do that, let's just kind of cap how teams got into this position. I believe both teams are totally undefeated. They are as far as today is concerned. Cherry-Dolphines did not lose a game at all yesterday. Well, they did lose a game, but they didn't lose a set at all yesterday. And LAPPYSWEEP, just the same thing. So both teams coming in here 11-0, I believe, coming into this one. So neither team taking a loss up to this point. But they are going to go with tower control at Sturgeon Shipyard. We've been seeing a lot of old Splatoon 2 maps keep getting counter-picked. I guess you got to go with what you're comfortable with, even though the game's been out for 2 months.
No, I mean, and here's the thing, right, is in something like Area Cup and 20XX, we see people shifting more towards Hagglefish, towards that kind of thing, but low level is generally just a little bit behind, right? Like it usually lags behind in terms of the development a little bit. So we're not going to be seeing those adjustments right away. 5-7 is going to be switching the charger, and Twig is going to go on the Splatana Stamper to try and beat this triple fizzy double slosh machine composition. And 5-7's doing great work already, keeping people at bay, keeping people off of mid. And all we need to see is Twig just fire a couple of those shots, and this thing could be massive.
Well, it is Halloween, so it makes sense that the chainsaw will appear at some point here. But again, it's the same kind of concept with the Zipcaster playstyle that we've been seeing out of Twig out of the last game. And when you got 5-7 who can use the charger, then you don't, I guess that you really want Twig to be the more aggressive player and not use charger themselves. But you can't really survive a 1v4. And right now, that first checkpoint's in danger of falling and a whole lot more as the Dolphins start to push up.
Looked like everyone was kind of chilling, being happy, and then all of a sudden, I think just a couple of slosh machines paired up on that right side, and 3 people fell. Finally, 5-7 hits a good shot, and this tower might get stopped for the time being. Maybe? But Zoyo has something to say about it? Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. They're going to get their way back into mid here. They're just going to have to try and challenge once again with their specials. They need to just get a couple of picks. They need to find something. They need to get block, and that's what Twig does. Lucy's going to be trying to dance around with the splatter, with the slosh machine here. Jaden's back on that splatter shot, which I think is the correct adjustment. I don't think 52 works against into a comp like this, and this is their opportunity. They need to make something happen here.
And 5-7-7 just can't get established. I mean, we saw them immediately land at the spot you want to be in and constantly getting harassed. Yet again, they're not letting that charger get set up. They're not going to let the charger be the one that beats them here. As Block's trying to get around the back door. Nice defense there by Jaden, keeping their charger player left alive. But now the push is still coming back out from the Cherry-Dolphines. We see the player here popping Inkjet in mid, just trying to push everybody else back. Jaden's going to go in, able to get the trade. But right now it's just the machine. I believe that is Lucy being the last one left alive, trying to stall things out a bit, as the Dolphins weren't able to even push the tower right there, but still, they got control of mid, and have still got some things working in their favor. It seems like it's really difficult for LAPPYSWEEP to find a way to get back in the mid right here, unless they start working together, and finally, Jaden combines with Twig, and they're able to get a splat, and that might be something they can work with if the Spider-Man here can get something done as well.
Oh, he does get the melee. It's a great hit, and it's going to take down their main anchor point, their main spammer. Twig does get shut down by Block there after getting the jump camp, and 5-7 might be caught out in mid, and that's just a little bit of a misposition, I think, from the side of LAPPYSWEEP, and they all end up going down. Twig able to jump in and use that dodge roll. No! Everything just seems to be, every time they try and step forward, they just don't have, I don't think they have the paint or the presence to really challenge these members of Cherry-Dolphines. This is insane.
I like that Cherry-Dolphines is starting to push up, but they're not getting the picks that need to sustain this push. You got to start thinking about, okay, we need to clear this second checkpoint, and we want to put this game away before something happens that gets it out of control. We don't want to give up momentum right now, and they're starting to land those picks right now. Again, that charger just can't get established for the side of LAPPYSWEEP as Block T able to just stay alive and cook on the LAPPYSWEEP side of the map. And finally, they're able to get established, but yet again, they're really struggling with even going to mid because they're constantly getting flanked from behind.
Block is just so strong on this splatter shot, and it's been oppressive the last 2 games. I think it's a player that we haven't highlighted enough. Zoyo's going to try and make something work here, using the spinner off the wall, try and make some try and make a play. But again, it just seems like they're never on the aggressive. It seems like they never get quite what they need. Twig is just try and shark on this right side, not gonna be able to find anything. Block just shuts it down. I mean, really, like it's not even like they're. Yeah, exactly. Like they just stand together in mid and they try and poke and prod on the side of LAPPYSWEEP, but they just can't. They can't find that hole. They can't find the chink in the armor.
I mean, you can see the call-outs like working in real time. You can see them being like, oh, hey, there's a player over here on this by themselves, and you see the players too swarming, not overcommitting to it, but a couple players going to pick it up and then moving back with the tower. Again, just more organized right now, and you can't, they're really struggling breaking into mid. Twig working back out over here and getting denied yet again. Man, they're trying things and just by themselves, and none of it is just working. The Charger player able to stay alive on the tower, and there is something working right here at least. They do got to clear one more checkpoint, and somebody's pushed up and starting to get a couple of splats, and they don't have the vacuum able to suck up that Booyah Bomb, and the Ink Jet's going to clean up everybody else, we assume, and it is. So a nice little push there at the end, but it's too little, too late. Cherry-Dolphines dominate that game pretty much from start to finish.
And it was so close too, right? Like it was one or two picks away from getting that ball rolling, but a beautiful Booyah Bomb and a precisely played Inkjet and the follow-up from the machine, and there was nothing that they could do. They were all just kind of stuck sitting ducks on the tower waiting for their mama to come home, and she never did. It's okay.
That's so sad. Oh, but you know what? I guess they got another opportunity to hope their mom comes home here. Because they still can get one more counter pick in to try to set this one back up. But yeah, if they save that Ink Vac a little bit longer. But that's going to be like one of the few times they actually got to use Ink Vac. Again, that Charger was constantly running for their life and getting splatted nonstop. There was always somebody behind the Charger, which makes you fearful because you're probably going to have to go to a map again that highlights your Charger player, but you need to find some way to keep them safe. Otherwise, this third game is not going to land in LAPPYSWEEP's favor, and they might get LAPPYSWEEP down to the third place match unless they can find something different. All comes down to this pick, though, and it looks like they are going to Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz.
Yes, yes. This is what I want to see, honestly. Like that, this is exactly the kind of change that we need to see. Utilizing the space and the range for their players, while also being good for things like the Octobrush on Twig, good for the splatter shot for Jaden, who has a lot of room to work with now. And it's just going to be a matter of if they can paint the map enough and if they can keep everyone at that stiff arm distance before they can get that dive gun like good and going. I just need to see the play cleaned up a lot. Can LAPPYSWEEP
you're gonna
take
use
this one home?
I was assuming they were going to use the X-Blosh here when they picked this map in particular. You know, I was watching Sayonara play in that Lobster Crossfire tournament, streaming their VC, and .Q was like, I don't like using E-Leader here, so I'm just going to use X-Blosh. So I think just X-Blosh in general works out a little bit better, and that makes sense because they like to use X-Blosh as what we saw in game 1. But this ballpoint has been cooking as well. Able to get a nice pick around this right side. Twig getting caught out, and that's your wipeout. And points are going to come flowing early and often here from the Cherry-Dolphines.
What do we even call that player? What's that player's name? Stat face? Crying emoji? Like what moniker can I give them other than, oh yeah, that ballpoint player for Cherry-Dolphines? And you're going to try and make a play here with that Booyah Bomb. Is able to stay alive and then turns around and flicks onto Jaden. Twig maybe just gonna be clearing out this right side and finally has the space to work with, and maybe they get the push done. This is still a really strong push for Cherry-Dolphines for the first minute, but finally signs of life on the side of LAPPYSWEEP.
You know, we've been seeing Twig throw a lot of punches, and just none of them are really connected, but if LAPPYSWEEP wants to get back into this one, honestly, I would just let Twig keep throwing punches. Eventually, something's going to connect, and that might be it right there. A nice double that opens up things. Andrew's forced to stay back here and play defense for a little bit, waiting for their teammates to spawn in. But just as we do that, somebody up top there just got a nice double, and the rest of the players for the LAPPYSWEEP couldn't get the basket pop, but even if they were to pop the basket, they weren't in a position to add more clams on top of it. So, but still, yeah, that's what honestly, if that's the playstyle you're going to do, why not just keep trying it? Maybe something will land in your favor at some point.
I just don't know why they're not going with any missile weapons to try and complement Twig, right? Like that combination of the Zipcaster plus the missile with all of these chip-heavy compositions, like I don't know. It seems like it would work out really well for them, but you know what? I shouldn't speak because they finally got 3 down, and they're gonna have the clams to get a power clam online, the specials to keep the push going, and maybe, just maybe, they can make this thing happen. The Booyah Bomb ends up getting stuffed and hits Twig, and they miss again. Jaden's gonna try and pick this one back up, but that clam goes to the nether realm. Sorry, Jimbo, that one's going to hell. Maybe we can finally get something on the side of LAPPYSWEEP to get going, but they need to start cleaning up these plays.
That's credit to Cherry-Dolphines, honestly. They keep having this one player left alive that is just shutting down everything, or at least keeping LAPPYSWEEP nervous enough to where, like, oh, we got all the advantage, but let's wait and pop our special first, or let's wait to get that last pick before we fully commit to going in. And by that time, it's too late, and you see them just trying to force things to happen instead of letting them happen naturally, and that's why the Dolphins are still in control of this one. But still, even with all that said, there's been multiple windows for Lappy to get something done here. You just got to make one of those windows actually work, and Twig's going to try it yet again in a 2v4 situation.
Right, and again, Twig just needs to keep swinging, keep firing, keep trying to find these openings, and has been able to. Like, getting that pick on block is actually really important. It's one of their main aggressors. And finally happens again. Zipcaster goes online. Can they find Zoyo? He's gonna dive down. Unfortunately, he's gonna get taken down by the crying face emoji ballpoint player. Jaden's gonna try and move forward here, but I don't know if this is the right play. No! Ends up going down. Lucy's just left to scramble. They just, I don't think that they have the right steps for the momentum to keep these plays going. I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, LAPPYSWEEP has 1 minute left to figure out the answer to that. And once again, okay, every time they seems like they have the man advantage, it seems like they actually don't. It's so weird. Maybe it's just this map in general, just because you have to go through that right side and it's kind of a choke point. And the Dolphins are doing a good job of defending it, but right there the basket gets popped. And you do have a little bit of a man advantage. Twig's going to go in there, gets taken care of, and there's not going to be any more points that go off on top of that. And now the question is going to be, is this game have the capability to get the overline? Because Lucy's in a great position, gathered up some clams, and people are jumping in. Can they form a power clam and get something going here? They pick up the Mercy one. 5-7-7-4-7 working back around that right side, trying to lob some shots from the X-Splosh to get something going up top there. But look, you got 3 fizzy bombs. Just throw them on that right side. But here comes the Zipcast. It's the backdoor. Twig keeping them back yet again, and Jaden's going to be going in. Twig gets taken care of. The ballpoint cleans up 3 players, and it's just Jaden left alive. That is a delayed wipe, and that is going to be it. LAPPYSWEEP gets swept out, and the Cherry-Dolphines have a date with Ink with the entire tournament on the line.
It looked so good. The Booyah Bomb to keep people back after the Zipcast goes in, distracting them, and they had the opportunity to make that space, and Jaden just couldn't find the picks, couldn't find the right play. They couldn't get the balls in because the Booyah Bomb landed at the perfect time from Zoyo. That was absolutely bonkers last push. It could have gone so differently, but Cherry-Dolphines comes out on top.
They look really good right now. I mean, they look like a well-oiled machine. Both teams. This is why we wanted to stream semifinal sets, because we get to see both Ink and Cherry-Dolphines playing at the peak level that they've been playing at up to this point, and they're going to be colliding in a best-of-7 set with everything on the line. Before that, we're going to take a quick break, get everybody in the lobby, get some water, get some popcorn, and just relax for the grand finals of this Low Ink. We'll be right back. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Grand Finals of Low Inc. October 2022. I am Popgun, joined by the Magic 8 Ball, and we are dipping down into a best-of-7 set to determine the best team out of 170 teams in Low Inc. this weekend. Ink Sync taking on the Cherry-Dolphines.
And this is going to be a slobber knocker of a set, I believe. These are two teams that have been outstanding in what we've seen from their compositions, from their game plans, from what they try and bring to the table. I believe that this is going to go the distance in this single elimination tournament. No bracket resets this time.
Right, it is a best-of-7, though, to account for that. And hey, if you got some channel points, throw them in. Make some predictions. What else are you going to use channel points for? If you think it's going to be a Ink Sync sweep, or if you think the Cherry-Dolphines, which I believe is like a Swedish fish candy, just like a little gummy in the shape of a dolphin, vote for them as well. And remember, if you're one of the teams that if you're a team that wins and you're technically the underdog on the channel point thing, you can go to Twitter and talk about how nobody believed in you for whatever reason. Game 1 going to be Splat Zones at Hagglefish Market. Also, I guess it's worth noting out, the counter pick rules do change in a best-of-7. If you pay attention, they don't really work out that well. If you keep the same rules we had from best-of-5 into a best-of-7, we'll explain that when it becomes necessary. But right now, it just comes down to who can win Game 1 and establish control over the course of this set.
Grand Finals of Low Inc. October 2022, the craziest tournament that we've seen thus far in Splatoon 3. And we've got a Charger versus a Ballpoint. We've got some machines. We've got the Dapples. This is gonna be a doozy. And let's get down in the dumps to tango.
You know, Gigas has been very flexible earlier on stream, but I think they now settled into this let K cook kind of comp. I'll use Junior, I'll do everything necessary. K, you go get the splats and win the game. But right now it's Eevee attacking the right side, getting a double, and one more play going down as well. It's just one machine on the backside of the Dolphins that's forced to retreat. Ink Sync not looking cold after the wait, coming out hot in the first 30 seconds.
No, definitely not. There's a flank though. Oh, Gigas is able to at least trade out with Zoyo there, which is really, really clutch. Zoyo's been turning it up in that semifinal set. The Tacticooler comes online. They've got the beacons to make sure that they're staying in this map, but Jimmy ends up going down. Maybe just the poke and pressure has finally paid off for the members of Cherry-Dolphines, and they're going to be pushing up here trying to make a hold. If Eevee on this left side doesn't have anything to say about it, but this is getting a little dicey. They're not playing together.
Ooh, they didn't realize Andu was right there, able to get a nice pick on Jimmy, and now start adding some pressure to this left side. This map has a lot like Main Stage did in the second game, where you got to control the left and right flank. And right now, Andu's doing a good job of locking down this left side and drawing a lot of attention, not recognizing that there's Booyah Bombs coming around the backside. Nice coordinated attack there from the Cherry-Dolphines to get back control of zone.
And they do get controlled back and completely clear them away. That's what you need to do against Ink Sync. You need to make sure that they can't jump to those beacons. They can't get back with that Tacticooler quickly. You need to just shut them down all at one time and take the space immediately, or else you're going to get pushed back. Eevee and K, on that right side, actually take down 2, which is really, really clutch. The zone does get end up going for the lead, but Ink Sync has the opportunity to make a really good stand here. The vac coming in from the other side, gonna throw it at his feet is Zoyo, and Eevee's able to at least dance around for the time being as Andrew tries to collapse on it as well. Finally, they get the flank from Block to follow it up. The jumps are coming in. This zone is looking like it's not Ink Sync's at all, but Jimmy has something to say about that. They got the picks in the bag. That was a clean turnaround.
I was so confused. There was bullets firing from every single direction from both teams. I was like, what side of the map are we even on? But right now, Inksync's going to be back in the position to get control of the lead here. It's just the two machines left alive as the Cherry-Dolphines, we've seen them break out of lockouts before, build up some things. Somebody's flanking around that backside. I believe it's Zoro or Zoyo, able to get a triple up top there, seemingly by themselves, and K is going to get taken care of as well, and the Dolphins respond right back after losing control of the lead.
These machines do so well on these flank routes, and that's exactly what they're trying to abuse with Andu and Zoyo. Like, they just keep utilizing that every single time, and Inkling just can't seem to, like, manage it at all times. Gonna throw the Booyah Bomb down here on the zone, gonna get the paint down. Eevee's gonna be trying to push them back on this right side, but is gonna end up getting caught here, I'm sure. Maybe they can at least dance around for a little while longer, but here comes Block. Yep, that's the flank. Gonna get taken down by K, but that's another player going down the side of Inkling. This crying face emoji is doing wonders on this Inkjet, and the bubbler comes online every single time. Seems to be a clean play. It gets turned around as Gigas is going crazy. Finally gets the help from Eevee, but they need the zone right now, and they don't end up getting it.
Inkling had a 4v2 man advantage, but they were too busy fighting on that right side, trying to clear out that flank, but they couldn't go back in zone in time. By the time they rotated back, their other players fighting in zone get splatted, and Cherry-Dolphines weathered the storm and take game one in this best-of-7 set. A very impressive bounce back. You had some great moments by both teams, but ultimately the Dolphins, they're riding a lot of momentum into this one, coming off a 3-0 sweep over LAPPYSWEEP, picking up their fourth, well, actually, more than just their fourth straight win. I think they've been just winning all day long here. But now, this is where the counter picks come into play. In best of 7, you can't do the format of if you win a map or mode, you can't come back and use that one later, because eventually you're going to get in a point where the only thing you could do is just pick one map mode combo. So you get to pick the map and mode that you most recently have not won on. So that won't come into play until Inkling starts winning something. But you don't want to get too deep in a hole here. You want to come out with your best map to try to get something going. And this is the map they picked last time to get back into the set against the Alliance of the Dam, Splat Zones at Wahoo World. And you know what? So Booyah Bomb is really weird with Splat Zones in this game for whatever reason. Like some maps, it just doesn't do anything to the zone. Right. Versus other maps like Hagglefish, you saw them throw a Booyah Bomb at Hagglefish. It actually made a difference in the zone. But like Shipyard, it's like it doesn't exist. It's the same thing kind of here too. Like it just doesn't paint the zone, which is weird because it did in Splatoon 2 on this map.
I think it's a collision issue. Like it really is just kind of like a game dev. Like, oh, they probably just did not code this correctly with how it interacts with like some different objects, and so you know, kind of unfortunate, but it does make it a little bit more interesting from the strategic side. Like, oh no, you can't just throw Booyah at every zone ever and have it painted up. We're gonna have to see if Inkling can be zoners this time around and actually get their hands on the cap in those clutch situations. But they're gonna be seeing the same exact song and dance from the side of Cherry-Dolphines.
Yeah, and the reason I pointed that out is because we knew that double machine was coming back out. So they're going to have to just throw those Booyah Bombs as an attacking kind of position as opposed to attacking the zone. Eevee gets taken down immediately, and they opened their map and said, oh, there's a flank coming this right side. Let's back it up, and the Dapples doesn't really have range. But I believe that was Jimmy getting a couple of picks up top there, and the zone, while it looked like it was going to go in the favor of the Dolphins, is going to Inkling in the first 30 seconds, just like how the last game started off.
What? I think the Fizzy Bomb ended up taking down Jimmy, which is actually a really important pick because Jimmy's been doing work, and that Inkjet from Crying Face is just doing fantastic. It's really unfortunate that we haven't seen Inkjet as much at some of those higher levels of play, but it really is a strong special still.
That did nothing.
Yeah, no, Booyah Bomb just doesn't do anything to the zone, dude. It's a collision issue, and it's absolutely fascinating to see. Jimmy gets a pick on Zoyo, and barely gets clocked by the Crying Face emoji. And this ballpoint's still doing absolute work. it seems like every time they try and get some momentum going, he just shuts it down. I need to know who this player is.
Ballpoint doing a good job of flexibility, being aggressive with the kit that it has, but also backing up and focusing objective when necessary. Now you see Inkling starting to attack from two sides. Oh my gosh, why even throw it in the zone at this point, honestly? Try to use it to back somebody else up. Jimmy using the vacuum, trying to make sure, but nobody else from Inkling is actually painting the zone, so that vacuum's not really absorbing anything. Two more players going down, and Inkslink's still a little discombobulated right now as well. Can they find a way to cap the zone and get it going? If they do, it's going to be hard for them to even hold on to it. Eevee in a 1v1 in the zone goes out into a trade, and Inkling gets another
and
trade. But now it's just Jimmy. I can't believe they didn't cap that. The Cherry-Dolphines stomp them out. 2 minutes and you're gone, and it's a 2-0 lead in this best-of-7 set in the favor of the Cherry-Dolphines.
Whenever I coach people, I tell them, yes, you need to win fights. You need to actually clear them so that you can paint objective and whatnot. But in those situations, you need to paint the floor. You need to literally just press ZR in a general direction. And that is all you need to do to keep the game going. That is, if I could yell at Inkling right now, I would tell them, y'all need to just stop trying to you need to stop tunnel visioning. There's a zone in front of you. Paint it.
And what did that one Booyah Bomb do? They threw it right smack in the middle of the zone, and it did nothing. Now, that's just instinct. You're used to it doing something, and obviously, I think that is just like a game code issue that's causing that. I don't think they intentionally designed it for Booyah to do nothing. But still, you got to recognize that in the moment. Throw those Booyah Bombs back on the plat, back on the glass, force the players for Cherry-Dolphines back, and you didn't really see that. And because of that, they were trying to just paint the zone in a way that it wasn't really being used. So and you saw the vacuum being used in a situation where it didn't affect anything as well because nobody else was attacking the zone, making use of that shield that vacuum was throwing down right there. So again, every team we're seeing the Cherry-Dolphines play is getting a little discombobulated, and the common factor in that is Cherry-Dolphines. Their play style is forcing the other team to play off their rhythm, to try to make some plays happen that just aren't there. Their synergy is just dominating the play style of the other team up to this point.
Is it triple fizzy? Is that it? Is that just the pressure? Because like in terms of like Inksink's composition has just blown through like every other team that we've seen them play. Like it makes sense. It's a very snowbally composition. It's dive. It's very good at what it does. But this machines can just completely shut it down. They can just put so much damage out over one simple area if they're just all are in the same spot. I don't know. You're going to tower control and Inkblot, which again is really good for Inkling. Like it's got the snowbally effect that they want, but they need to find a way to break through the aggression.
And I wonder at what point do you decide to use Gigas onto something different? Do you go back to a blaster? Because we saw them use blaster on this same exact map mode earlier on stream. Instead they're rolling with this junior comp that they've been using, but now those Booyah Bombs that the Cherry-Dolphines have used are going to be way more effective on the objective, as they're just going to be a GG kind of special. Cade trying to hold on to this left side, somehow gets a pick on Blocky, working around on Crying Emoji, who got pushed up a little too much with that ball point, and now wisely escapes somehow for the time being until Jimmy gets a nice little poke right there. First checkpoint in danger of falling. And Inkling has been the better team in the first minute of all three games, but Cherry-Dolphines has been the better team over the course of time. But right now, there is a snowball rolling down the hill at the Art Academy.
Oh, but then I guess like Jimmy turns around! They saw it on the map, they called it out, and Jimmy turns around and makes sure the block can't do what he's been doing all game and flank. That was such a clean play, and that gets them through the second checkpoint, which is so big. They end up getting their momentum shut down, but they do have the beacons this time around. They're going to be able to get back into mid very quickly, and you see the jumps coming through. They just need to get a little bit of paint down. They need to get a little bit of control. They need to prevent the specials from completely overwhelming them right now, and they can get back in this game.
Yeah, we've seen this story before. Inkling coming out to hot starts. But Cherry-Dolphines has always weathered the storm, and they keep finding ways to bounce back. this is a game they still feel like is very much winnable for them as they start throwing some booyah bombs at the plat to back up Jimmy. Start throwing another one to support the fight that's going on with Kay across the map. And right now, players starting to jump back in for Ink and map control going back into the favor of the Cherry-Dolphines. We're looking to get their first push going with about 3 minutes left to go.
Did you see that? Did you see how Andu recognized, oh, Jimmy's trying to fire at this tower? I'm going to move up. Somebody else take tower from me. I need to go attack this charger. Like, it's that kind of, like, transitioning kind of gameplay and aggression that we're seeing from Cherry-Dolphines that has been winning them these sets. And finally, it seems like Inksync can back up from that aggression, take it at face value, and turn it around on them. Finally. They're going to have to adapt in a way where Andu isn't going to get overextended like this, because right now it's what it seems like is happening.
And we've just crossed the halfway mark here, and it's Ink taking another stab at trying to get even further to the lead. One more checkpoint in between them and a KO as the Inkjet yet again. Some really clean Inkjets. I think the problem with Inkjet is it's just not on enough weapons at this point, because it's still really strong in this game, even without armor that gets combined with it. But the tower staying on the enemy side of the map, with Ink staying back on top of it, making sure they're floating around, waiting for the right pick so they can continue their push. But look how orange mid is right now. Even if the picks do land into the favor of the Cherry-Dolphines, they got a lot of work to do to clean up this map and make it purple again.
Well, about 5 seconds ago, Cherry-Dolphines was completely backed up onto their booth. Now they're back in mid with like no resistance being put up by Inksync, and they really need to be careful here. They need to be very confident that they can maintain this fight, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to. That's one going down. That's Giga's going down as well, and all of a sudden it seems like Inksync just gave up all of their advantage for no reason. Inksync, is this about to fall apart again?
Mid gone, player advantage gone, special advantage gone, and you just got a 2 checkpoint lead right now. This is a great opportunity for the Cherry-Dolphines to get back into this one. And quite honestly, if they win this game, they technically don't win the tournament, but I don't see how Inksync could mentally bounce back from a loss kind of like this. And it's starting to look kind of scary right now if you're Inksync, as now it's just the junior player left alive. That is a wipeout, and that is your second checkpoint. Surely lead is going to fall right now. Kay's trying to desperately fight back into the zone, and now they're overfeeding a little too much. The lead goes back to the favor of the Cherry-Dolphines, and Jimmy's trying to shut down something to save this final checkpoint. It doesn't happen, and they're forced to retreat with a nice little inkjet play. Finally, it looks like things have stalled out a little bit as one more machine player is left alive up top here on the attic, and more players are jumping back in. But this is not the time you want to be playing defense right now. The lead and the tower working directly into the favor of the Cherry-Dolphines.
And that's so good from Cherry-Dolphines, the fact that they were able to make that play happen. They saw that Inksync was giving them so much room, and they just took it and ran with it and decided to just snowball. As soon as they got up in that booth area, they knew that Inksync was going to start scrambling, and they were able to take advantage of it. And that was really clean play from them. Gonna have to see if they can put up one strong defense one last time. Kay's gonna try and make something happen. Gets traded out. The Booyah gets one. The tower's not gonna get anything because of that Inkjet. That's 3 for Cherry-Dolphines, and this might be a very quick grand finals, Popgun.
Well, it's in a normal circumstance, this tournament would be over here, but there's still one more chance for Inksync to pull off a 4-game reverse sweep to try to land this one. But I'll be honest, I don't think there was any point in that game where Cherry-Dolphines felt like they weren't going to win it. Even when the opening was working out really well, I was telling you, it was like, there's still this sense in the air that Cherry-Dolphines is still in a situation to win this entire game, even though they're down by 2 checkpoints. And all it took was just one bad fight going into the favor of the Dolphins for them to get established, get control, and the Inksync being like, oh no, we can't lose this lead. Let's go in, let's try to stop it, and getting punished just for that. And right now, it's tournament points. Cherry-Dolphines looking to close this one out. And Inksync, you gotta be kidding me. They're going back to game 1. They can do that. They can technically do that.
What?
But they're picking the map and mode they lost on in the first game. Okay.
Okay. No, listen. This was actually a really close game when you think about it. Like, they had every opportunity to win that game, and they just did not close it out. I still don't know if this is what they should be going for.
So at this point, you got to win 4 games anyways. It's not like if they lose this, we're gonna point to this and be like, oh, they should have picked something else. Obviously, like at this point, if this is what you feel the most comfortable on, and you feel like you played it the first time, and you recognize, oh, if we just do this one thing differently, then we can win this one easy. If they feel like this is their, I mean, they obviously have to feel like this is their easiest chance to win something, or maybe they're just doing it just to annoy me. But who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
Tournament points in the favor of Cherry-Dolphines. Inkling trying to keep the set going a little bit longer. And we do see the change. Gigas dropping Junior, coming with Nautilus. So that's the difference they're looking to go with right there.
All right, we're gonna have to see a little if the aggression pays off. This is a bold strategy, Popgun. So the Storm is actually really good at capping zone, right? And I think that's what they're going for. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to clean places out. They're trying to use that point sensor to keep people at bay. They're going to try and use this left side flank with that range to keep people back and keep the pressure on. They just need to make sure that Gigas can stay online the entire time. Or they don't get flanked from this right side as Block does. And the massive Booyah Bomb landing. Zoyo's coming out on this left side. They do get the cap, but at what cost? He just goes up in a Booyah Bomb. Jimmy gets the pick. Hold your horses. Inkling might be online once again.
I was pointing out in Stab BC that spot that Inkjet was just in. That's a really good spot. It's kind of like Anchovy Games' Inkjet spot. I saw that and I just wanted to point that out real quick. But right now the Dolphins do get control zone. They don't have the man advantage, so they probably won't hold on it for too long. But yeah, I mean, that you change up something, and this is I like this a different play style. I like the fact that they recognize, okay, we're putting a little too much pressure on K to win us the tournament right now. It might be a little too late at this point, but right now it was at least keeping this game close for now. But we've seen this story 3 games in a row, and it never ends well for Inkling.
Eevee is going to try and utilize everything, can't keep themselves alive. And now it's the hold. Now it's the breakout. Now the snowball has stopped rolling and they need to find a way to get momentum once again. Inkback and Booyah and Storm and maybe Cooler, and they might have a chance here, but they need to be the zoners. They suck up that Booyah Bomb. They suck up one of them. There's a fight on the far right side, and Jimmy ends up going down, but that's 2 down, maybe 3 down, maybe 4. K needs to come up huge here once again. They have the tactical buff, but they can't keep fighting like this.
Well, they're going to have to. They don't have a choice. They can't change anything now. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. One player does get taken down, and man advantage now back into the favor of the Inkling. They're trying to attack the zone yet again. Booyah Bomb being thrown to back up everybody and ultimately does get the cap. But how are you going to create the lockout going here? Cherry-Dolphines been doing a very good job just lobbing those fizzy bombs, just being aggressive. But whoa, somebody just exploded right in front of our face right there. And it looks like they finally shut down all the flanks that have kept everybody in front of them. This Inkjet coming yet again, trying to force some of the players from Inkling back. And that looks like this all is going to be able to do as lead finally goes back into favor of Inkling.
You can tell that Inkling is still playing to win. They're playing their hearts out, and you can see it in their plays. And that's a great shot from Jimmy, and that's exactly what I mean. They're still trying to make plays. They're still trying to do their best. They're still trying to win Low Ink if they can help it. Back comes online probably soon. Block ends up getting shut down on the right side, and that's so big, and this might be their opportunity. K goes huge! Gigas is waiting in the back to try and make sure that Andrew doesn't do anything crazy. Finally gets taken down. The Inkjet comes online, but they can stay alive this time. They've got 3 specials. Inkling, do you believe?
Well, if you're to Cherry-Dolphines, you're probably thinking, I think we still feel pretty comfortable about this one. and they have no reason not to feel otherwise, as the ballpoint's just going to back up here, build up another Inkjet, and that's been their playstyle. Let's get the Inkjet, let's start harassing from the distance to the canopy, but one player, now the fight's getting taken to them all of a sudden, and look how far up the Charger is being right now, and for the first time on stream, Cherry-Dolphines is getting pushed back, and there's that Inkjet, but there's not enough players left alive to really take advantage of it. As Jimmy gets another shot, gets another one right in zone! Inkling stays alive! It forces the tournament to go on a little bit longer, and all of a sudden, the head-scratcher pick somehow works out into their favor.
So remember how he said that in every other low ink, this tournament would be over?
And you know what? Every low ink you've been a part of has always been a bracket reset.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Look, that's just one game. That was the third counter pick Inkling had to use to get that one win. And now Cherry-Dolphines gets to make a counter pick. I don't even know if Cherry-Dolphines knows how to make counter picks. I don't think they've made one all day long. So we might have to brief them on how this even works up. Yeah, they haven't lost a single game in the counter pick set. So, and keep in mind, you can only not pick the mode you most recently won on. So that means it's just tower control. So tower control's gone, but they can go back to zones if they want to. Or Rainmaker or Flamblitz, but I think they're going to go right back to zones because that's how the format works. Now, they can't go back to a map they've won on. And Inkling with a little bit of taunt in chat. You guys, we'll let you guys go back to Haggle zones if you want. Instead, they're picking Rainmaker Mako Mart. We'll let you break the rules. You can go back there if you want. We don't care. Nah. When they're gonna go with Rainmaker here.
Here's the thing: at that point, you've got nothing left to play for, right? Like you've got nothing left to lose.
Yeah.
So you just start playing your hearts out, and I think that that's the point that they reached, and they're kind of realizing, wait a minute, if that's how we just keep doing this, maybe there's a chance. But they just need to keep playing like they've been playing. Popgun.
Yeah, if you're Cherry-Dolphines, you don't need to change anything. Like, yeah, you took your first loss in Alpha Bracket. I mean, it's nowhere near time hitting the panic button just yet. I think they come out with the same exact comp they're always doing. They already readied up on the lobby screen, so we know what they're going to do. If you're Inkling, though, I think you don't do the Gigas Jr. anymore. I think that's putting too much pressure on K against these kind of things. You need to get some more aggression going out there. But yeah, I mean, this is the first time they made a counter pick. They feel really confident about this map mode in particular, I'm assuming, since they want to use this one early.
Against somebody like Alliance of the Dam, though, like that Junior is the important pick. But I think against somebody like Cherry-Dolphines, you need the aggression, you need the range, you need to just try and stiff arm them back. Have somebody to keep the sloshing machines at bay, right? Like I really like this adjustment. I think that it's the key that they needed.
Yeah, all the fizzy bombs, the booyah bombs, they're forcing K to run away instead of just finding, I'm going to find this spot the shark and get a triple. But no, they're doing a better job of finding those spots that K is at. So I think you need Gigas on that Nautilus or on that blaster we saw them using earlier and just fight fire with fire. But again, if you're Cherry-Dolphines, I think you just kind of throw that last game out the window and you just keep doing what you're doing and put the tournament away right here. There is the blaster coming out from Gigas, and that is Jimmy on the splash. They're dropping Charger. So a couple of changes coming out from Inkling and nothing going to change on the side of Cherry-Dolphines. How warmed up is Jimmy with that splash after using Charger for so long today?
Literally, the Charger was what won them the last game, and they end up going down immediately. Won the world, Inkling?
What an opening from the Dolphins! They said, hey, we're going to actually take lead in the beginning seconds for the first time. They get the first checkpoint, and they got a great opportunity to turn this tournament away right here and now with a man advantage currently in their favor. Everybody pushed back a little bit, though. It's just the ballpoint, but somebody snuck up ahead, and they got a huge lead on top of it as well. That should end the push for now, but 34 remaining in the first 45 seconds. That's why they picked this map.
Yeah, they know that they can get these quick, easy pushes, and that's what they're going to be playing off of. They're going to try and discombobulate the members of Ink. Unfortunately, this Rainmaker is taking down everybody! Jimmy's a sniper with the Rainmaker! And they're gonna keep going! Gigas is
attacking right out the spawn, keep the fight away from the Rainmaker. Oh, it looked like they were going left. They dipped back to the right. If they can grab Rainmaker here, but a nice Booyah Bomb shutting everything down. But one gets fired right back, and two players go down from the side of the Dolphins. The Rainmaker gets pushed up, and that's the lead in the favor of Ink, and Eevee backs up. Fireworks already in the minute 30 seconds of this game.
Don't know who's gonna win this game, Popgun. It could be any of them. It could be all of them. It could be the crying face emoji. It could be Zoyo. It could be Blocky, but it could also be Gigas. It could be Kay. It could be Jimmy. It could be Eevee. All of these players are so threatening to make a play in a moment's notice, and they've got the opportunity to do so every single time. There's a scrap going on right now, and whoever comes out on top is about to push this thing to the pedestal.
Yeah, and Inksync's got a lot of map control right now to work with as well. Two more players going down from the side of Cherry-Dolphines. The aggression didn't work out in the beginning because they just kind of fed into the explosion and got punished for it, but now they bounced back. A second push going to be coming out from Ink. They do have the lead, trying to work around this left side, does have a big bubbler to work with, as one of the machine players is taken down. Three players going down as well, and now you got the floodgates bursting open. Ink says goodbye to Game 5. We're moving on. Momentum is gone now.
What did I just say, Popgun? They took it! They literally just decided we want to win this game right now, and they did!
Okay. What looked like was for sure going to be the end of the tournament at the beginning of that game just exploded in the opposite direction, and I said it's not time to hit the panic button just yet. It is now. After a loss like that, even though you got 2 games to work with, it's time to start hitting that panic button. You don't want to go into a Game 7 on a 3-game losing streak, but another thing to factor in here, Magic, this is EU versus North America. Admittedly, this is a difficult tournament for Europe to win because it's getting later in the day. You see fatigue start to set in. I don't know.
A lot of factors, Popgun. I can hear a closet door opening, and it is such music to my ears. I am the harbinger of chaos, as we like to call it, in these low ink sets. If this goes to a Game 7, I'm going to scream.
So we like to build up storylines here, right? So in the Battlefy chat, the Dolphins wanted to go to tower control. Remember, the only thing you can't do is the mode you most recently won on. The last win for the Cherry-Dolphines was tower control. So they asked if they could do TC, and Ink said, you can do Hagglefish zones if you want. To which might have been funny before, but after that loss might not be so funny anymore. But some little friendly chat going on between the two teams right now. But yeah, Cherry-Dolphines need to come up with an answer right now. You do not want to go into a Game 7 in a possible reverse sweep situation. But I think you want to go back to splat zones. Do you want to go to splat zones on a Charger map like this? I don't know, but you do want to go back to splat zones in general, I feel like, considering you've already beat them twice on a zone.
Like, it's great for Brio Bombs. It's great for Inkjet. It's great for Fizzy Spam. But there's also a Charger laser that's going to be pinning you down. There's also a Nautilus that's about to probably start clocking your stuff. Like, I don't know if I agree. I don't know. I think it's Cherry-Dolphines getting tired, shook, and not really knowing what to do in a counterpick situation. So they're just kind of scrambling, and Ink literally has all of the momentum.
as just one more kind of reminder, because I see the questions being asked in chat, the only mode you can't pick is the mode you personally most recently won on. The last mode Cherry-Dolphines won on was tower control. That means they can go back to splat zones. InkSync didn't win anything when they made their counter pick, so they just decided to go back to splat zones over and over. That's on them. Even in a best of 5, they could have kept going back to that if they felt so inclined to do so. But yes, I like this pick. And yeah, is this a good Charger map? Yes. However, Cherry-Dolphines have done a fantastic job of shutting down Jimmy the entire set when they're using Charger. It was just that last game 4, where they finally did it. And then game 5, we saw them drop Charger and go back to Splash. It's almost like, picking this map, it's almost like they're daring Jimmy to go back to Charger. Be like, no, don't go back to that Splash. Go back to Charger, because we feel like we can deal with you, because we've been doing it all set long. I think this is still a smart pick by the Dolphins, and what feels like a must-win situation for them, not only to end this tournament, but to stop this train of the InkSync train that is just going down to the museum here on Game 6. Double machine coming out from the side of InkSync.
That's 4 machines in the lobby, and this is the map to do it. And it's going to come down to that 4th player, IMO. Like, it's going to come down to K. If K can offset Blocky's aggression with the support and with the trades, then it's going to be a really good set for... It's really going to be a really good time for InkSync. But if not, it's going to come down to whether or not Blocky can start nailing these shots. And all of a sudden, InkSync is down for the count, and here comes Blocky. This is everything that they needed to do, Popgun. K needs to shut this down right now, and they do. Maybe, just maybe, they have a chance to bring this one back, but they need to pop the special right now.
One more machine player going down from InkSync as K is holding on to these sodas. Finally using it as the B bomb gets popped onto the zone, and surely InkSync's going to find a way to cap the zone and work it into their favor as the ballpoint player goes down. But Cherry-Dolphines still winning these fights, as they pretty much have been doing the entirety of this first minute up to this point. There's no way Jimmy survives that as Antu just stabs him right in the back in the alleyway, and the Dolphins looking really strong in this opening push.
They do look so strong. They've been playing everything perfectly. Maybe not that fight in particular, but everything else they've been doing so cleanly, backing up as when they need to, making these shark plays under this plat that Blocky has been doing so well. Finally gets traded out. I think K had cooler, so it's going to come back up at least a little bit quickly. They need to cap the zone. InkSync needs to be zoners for once in their lives, and maybe they can do it.
Finally able to get a pick. Actually, that just comes down to a trade, and it's still a 2v2 situation. And K, being the last player left alive, takes care of Andu, and now it's K versus the ballpoint for control of things. Geek is coming back in, able to establish at least a little bit of paint onto the zone as they're desperately trying to flip it back into their favor, and they do, putting a ton of penalty points on the Cherry-Dolphines. But an Inkjet popped in kind of a risky situation, and it works out into the favor of the ballpoint as they do get one player. Will they land it cleanly with the rest of InkSync swarming in? And it looks like they will. Nice Inkjet play right there to at least stipend the push from InkSync.
Right. They do have control of the zone now, though. They have control of it. They're going to be able to use it as an anchor point. They're able to get a really clean pick on the Zoyo, it looks like. They're able to pack up everyone into the corner, and they're able to swarm. All of a sudden, InkSync looks like they're playing like a well-oiled machine, and they've got to...
No,
Jimmy's going absolutely insane right now.
Okay, we'll go back and look at that. And something really weird just happened to that soda thing. But whatever it is, it's working out in InkSync's favor as they're about to get lead right here. The machine, ballpoint's trying to drop down that right side, but the machine's making sure they don't do it. InkSync gets the lead, and they're pushed way up right now. But Jimmy gets taken care of on the backside. Zoyo forced to fight K back into their zone, and this is going to be an opportunity for the Cherry-Dolphines to recap the zone. And Jimmy's in a great spot to get a double. They're still going on right now. Momentum has shifted back into the favor, and they're responding really well.
And it seems like every time now that there's might be a momentum shift, it's just a matter of shutting it down. And Jimmy, although was able to get a couple of great picks, could not keep momentum going, could not keep K alive. and that's going to lead the penalty to be chewed through, and now it's just a matter of time. They need to get specials online right now. You see that they're close on a couple of them, but I don't think it's enough to flip the zone in time. That's a lead going for Cherry-Dolphines. No!
Oh,
They barely saw it! They barely capped it in time! 100 points!
And it's going to go back to the favor of Cherry-Dolphines. It's a 1v1 machine fight here. Gigas versus Zoyo. For control things, but players are jumping right back in. K able to clean up, and that player's not going to survive that jump either. I cannot believe Inkling still has control of this one. Oh, that would have been a nice pick with the ball point to pull off. They do get the pick off of it, but can they stay alive and bring someone down with them? They can't. So it ultimately ends up being a trade. But 45 seconds left to go. This is a hell of a set we're watching all of a sudden.
They just keep doing this. They need to keep getting trades. If they can keep trading out, they're going to have the beacons, they're going to have the coolers to keep themselves alive, and they can just keep everyone back in their spawn. And they can just keep coming back in. This is so huge. Jimmy unfortunately ends up going down to what looks like a fizzy bomb. Zone gets flipped, but it doesn't matter too much. K's dancing on the other side and is able to trade out. And this zone is looking like it's going to get capped back. There's only 20 seconds left, and there's an Inkjet online. Inkling is scrapping every single time and makes the plays to keep themselves alive. Look at how they're gathered in mid.
I don't believe it. We are staring down a reverse sweep in a game 7 out of nowhere. Inkling with a 3-game winning streak. And the switch from Gigas off of Junior onto something else to add to the aggression is the difference in this set. And if you haven't been hitting the panic button as the Cherry-Dolphines, you have no choice right now. It's game 7 with the whole tournament on the line.
I didn't think you'd see it.
Oh, okay, look, you missed something. You missed something crazy. K put a tacticaler right next to the spinner in zone, and it just got ran over, I think, by the spinner. It just vanished. I like.
Oh yeah, no, that happens.
I was so caught off guard by that.
Yeah, no, it gets destroyed by anything that moves. Just like how it gets destroyed by towers, it gets destroyed by the spinners. And so you need to be really careful. So the only benefit to that, I think, is that you can start charging it faster if it gets taken down by a spinner.
Oh man, this is. So we're going to a game 7. Momentum completely into the favor of Inkling, and still the board is wide open. Cherry-Dolphines just can't go back to tower control. And it looks like they're, I don't know what they're doing something. I think they're talking about moving their setup or something. I don't know what's going on with that, but I think we're just going to take like a quick minute to get everybody kind of reorganized right now, which is good. We need to breathe. Oh man, I can't believe they came back and forced the game. They were done. They picked Splat Zone's Hagglefish. That seemed like a theme.
Picked them back. It seems like they knew. Like, was this planned? Is there a script? Raze, are you here?
Of course. There's always a script for these low inks. I mean, I would like this to end at some point. The good news is there's no bracket reset. This is, oh my gosh, Inkling, stop asking for Hagglefish zones in chat. This will be the end of the tournament. It's all going to come down to this. And hey, welcome in everybody. There's always talk about why do people watch low ink? Why does anybody care about this tournament when the players are obviously playing underneath a skill cap? Are you not entertained? Are you not seeing some of the most exciting action of Splatoon regardless of the skill level right now? This is low ink, baby.
This is prime low ink. This is the craziest low ink of all time. Like, literally, the biggest, the craziest in terms of format, the craziest in terms of like the meta developing, like everything going on at this time, right? Like after we've had the game for about a month and a half now, like this is NA versus EU. This is an old guard versus the new guard. This is literally the hypest set I've ever seen in low ink.
Oh, please. Every time you come on, it's the hypest set ever. And that's, oh, wait, no. Oh, wait. So yeah, we do at this point. We do need a pick from the Cherry-Dolphines. They have to make a pick because they're going to go with Scorched Clams.
They're going with Scorched Clams. Really?
That's the pick they're going with. Yeah. I mean, look, they beat LAPPYSWEEP one there in the last time, and we talked about Chargers work out there sometimes, but not all Charger players feel comfortable there. It's Clam Blitz, which always kind of makes you think, okay, maybe we're switch up something there. And why not? I mean, I again,
why not?
I think it's a smart pick. I think it's a really smart pick.
It seemed like it did well for them. I mean, especially because they're gonna have the fizzies. It's a really good machine map, right? And they've got 2 machine mains at this point. There's some need Zuka spots, like
Inkjet.
It makes
Inkjet at the right spot.
Yeah, that too. It makes sense, but it's just going to be a matter of whether or not InkSync can adapt, and if they've got something at the ready for this. Like, are they going to pull out a blaster and have the bubble protect them? Are they going to decide to go with double machine again, since this is a good machine map? Like, it really is going to come down to what Gigas picks and Jimmy picks, and whether or not they can adapt to that aggression on a map like this that is so much more suited to the double machine.
Ooh, boy. And yeah, I mean, we're not going to see any comp changes coming out from Cherry-Dolphines. What you see is what you're going to get. Double machine, splatter shot, ballpoint. It's worked out. It's the only adjustment's going to be coming from InkSync. And I wonder if they decide to take Jimmy off a Charger yet again on a mode like this. I mean, on a map here, we've seen them use Charger in Splat Zones version. I'm not sure, but the decision has been made. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Game 7 of the biggest low ink ever. Winner takes all. And we do see the comps coming out. Charger and Nautilus going to be the play.
Nautilus.
No changes from the side of the Cherry-Dolphines.
They're all going back to what they know best for their final shot at winning this, and that is beautiful to me. Jimmy on the Charger, Gigas on his Nautilus, and everyone is going to try and make the play to win this tournament. Blocky's gonna try and move forward, but everybody's playing literally so scared. You can see it in their faces, Top Gun.
I was gonna say the same thing. Like, they're trying to go in and like, oh, let me back off a little bit. Like, this is tournament nerves at its finest, and it's ultimately fun for us to watch. Nice splat there by the ballpoint, as we do see some trades go out in mid. Nobody's really established control of anything, but we do see Gigas trying to make a hero play. Even if they pop the basket, nothing's gonna come of it. So just trying to do something right there as the ballpoint ultimately gets taken down from Jimmy. And this is what InkSync's strategy is going to be. Get Jimmy up on that bridge in mid and let Jimmy cook while the rest of InkSync does their job.
And it's going to be interesting to see how they approach things, right? Like, they really need a good approach strategy here if you're on the side of InkSync. They can't just be going in willy-nilly. They can't flank. This isn't a flank kind of map. They need to be taking these kinds of positions like Eevee's taking right now. They need to get Jimmy up on this right side. They need to make sure that snipe area is completely clear of anybody that's trying to stop them. They've got the Booyah Bomb, they've got the clams, they've got everything that they need to make this push happen. They just need to clear them out, and there goes the ballpoint. That's down. That's one of their main people to stop this thing, and Eevee goes in. Eevee might get blocky here. It is able to! These coolers come online too, so they can keep this push going if they so choose, and they're able to get 2! Eevee's up front, and they're able to stall it for a little bit longer. This is Scorched Clam, so you're not going to get big pushes on this, but it's going to be a very good first push.
Yeah, and a nice bounce back from the Cherry-Dolphines. Not feeding, not dropping down there, waiting for the rest of their teammates to come in and clean it up. But that's going to be the difference. Jimmy controlling mid is just gatekeeping anybody from leaving their spawn right now. Zoyo gets taken down as well. And InkSync get a great opportunity to get another push going off here. Vacuum going to lead the way, trying to cancel out this Inkjet. The Inkjet trying to get over the top. It ultimately does get the trade off of that, and 2 players going down from InkSync, so a nice defense yet again. And look at Zoyo going in on the back door, trying to make a flank on InkSync as well, and they might be able to find a way to land it. 1 player going down, but K with the nice rotation.
what a good collapse too from Andu and Zoyo, and it seems like these machines are finally working in tandem once again to make sure they can get these aggressive plays off. And here comes the members of Cherry-Dolphines. They've got the Booyahs to keep moving in. They've got the Zuko on Blocky. They're going after Jimmy. They're deciding you've had enough time in the sun. It's time for you to sit down. Unfortunately, they can't keep it up for too long. Everything's resetting to neutral now, and they've got a couple more chances to make this push happen, but all they need is one good push, and this ballpoint is going to be the linchpin.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do, Cherry-Dolphines, if they want to get back in this one. They need to keep Jimmy dead, and you see them doing an attack on him, but every time they go in for it, they're losing a player or two on the flip side, so they're not finding ways to break through that mid-hold without giving up too much of a price being able to do it. 1:40 left to go here. Gigas gets taken down, but most of the Cherry-Dolphines forced back in their spot here. You see them throwing a lot of fizzy bombs at the way of the tower to try to knock off that the Jimmy on the tower, as we see the ballpoint building up a ball, working around this right side, but a perfectly timed vacuum with K coming around the back door. Now we see K starting to heat up like they were earlier in this tournament.
And they're playing so patient now, but I don't think that's the way you can play this composition. They need to start taking those aggressive attack angles. And Blocky needs to try and find something here as they try and collapse around this tower. Andu goes down to Gigas. Finally, Blocky inks a play. Can they find the Sharking Nautilus? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to. They've got a minute left to make this thing happen, and Zoyo needs to stay alive here. Needs to get out of the rain. Needs to try and push up with his teammates, and maybe just the Dolphins can make this push happen.
45 seconds left to go in this tournament. Cherry-Dolphines trying to avoid the reverse sweep as they do fire a few Bula bombs, and they do find a way to pop the basket. They just got to get in a few more clams. They just need, they don't have the last clam necessary to get the lead, but able to get to the last clam. If there's a clam at the basket, they get the lead with about 30 seconds left to go. Can they add to it? Blocky's going to try to make something happen here. Keeping the player from Inkling back, going in and getting splatted, but 59 points remaining, and now a lot of map control. Look at them just getting rid of the map. However, there is going to be a Mercy Clam online for Inkling and something to work with here, and they already got 5 clams built up as well. They have enough to get the lead if they can just find ways to get the picks. But so far, Cherry-Dolphines has been doing a great job on the defensive end, shutting down everything, even when the pushes are actually happening. K throws down the juice. The vacuum gets pushed as well. As now you see Inkling starting to move in. The Booyah Bomb on top of it. K gets taken down. 2 players on Inkling's side gets taken down. Eevee's going to try to force something. It's just Gigas, the last player left alive, and they can't make it happen. K's going to try to make a hero play. It gets a sweep, but it's not enough. It's not enough. The Cherry-Dolphines survive the bracket reset. Reverse sweep possibility coming out from Inkling, and out of 170 teams, the Cherry-Dolphines stand alone.
Zoyo made one last play to seal the deal, going in with that Booyah Bomb, dispersing everyone while that vacuum was online, and was able to tear apart the coordination at just the right moment to clinch it. Are you not entertained with low ink?
Oh man, that is clutch. That is clutch, and it comes down to the defensive plays of Cherry-Dolphines, because there was more opportunity. Inkling only popped the basket once. They had more opportunities where they had the man advantage, they had map control, trying to push up, but that one machine player left here or there just kept getting the splats necessary, kept shutting things down. There was just nowhere for Inkling to go. But wow, what a tournament.
What a tournament indeed.
Wow.
Honestly, that's one of the best tournaments I've seen in a long time. Holy cow. And that insane area cup that we had last weekend, it's the same kind of hype. It's the same kind of hype, because you just see teams getting pushed to their limits. And that's what matters. That's what competition's all about. You know?
And Cherry-Dolphines goes totally undefeated per set. Man, that was... I'll be honest. This has been an undertaking to try to get this tournament up and running. I had no idea how this was going to turn out, but that grand finals made it all worth it. That was something to see. congratulations to the Cherry-Dolphines, Ink Sync as well. I mean, they were dead. They were done. They were done.
They were down for the count.
I'm convinced that Hagglefish Zone's pick was just a meme at this point, even though they did make the adjustment, but they made the adjustment a little too late, too steep of a hole to come back from. And wow. I guess we can't linger on it too much longer. It's time to start wrapping this one up. Any closing remarks, Magic?
Thank you, everyone, for making Low Ink possible, for supporting IPL. They've been doing great things. There's a lot more tournaments that are going to be happening. I'm working on a lot of projects. IPL's working on a lot of projects. Everyone is trying to make Splatoon something awesome for everyone involved, and IPL is a huge part of that. And thank you, Popgun.
Well, go ahead and plug yourself as well.
I'm not going to plug myself. I'm going to plug the @localhost Philly Twitter. We are doing Philadelphia Splatoon meetups. If you are in the Philly area, if you know anyone that is in the Philly area, even like generally outside of it, right? Like in PA, tri-state, like tell them to either find me or follow that Twitter account, because I want to start pushing local scenes, and I think it's something that we can start doing more. You plug what you want, Popgun.
Hey, we're going to recap everything you just saw and then some on my stream tomorrow, the Popcast, 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And also, Proving Grounds is going to be this Friday for it's a North America time slot this Friday. I'm going to be heading that one as well. I know people have been asking questions about it. I'll start getting some information on that maybe at some point tomorrow, if not Tuesday. Give us a moment to kind of breathe. But I'm excited about Proving Grounds. We put a lot of effort into it. We've done a lot of research to make sure it's the best possible format to meet the demand of all these teams that we see signing up for tournaments, while still keeping it as competitive as we can possibly make it in terms of what higher level teams want to see out of a bi-weekly tournament. With that being said, from all of us here at IPL, the head TOs of this tournament, myself, JPEG, and Hoenn Hero, our producer, Inkfair, all of our lovely and talented staff, and all of you, all the players as well, we thank you for watching, participating in this tournament. Believe it or not, we're going to do this again next month. And we'll release that date at the beginning of November. Congratulations once again to the Cherry-Dolphines for winning the biggest Low Ink ever, and we'll see who wins next month right here on IPL.
Thank you.